open, avowed neo-Nazi. Now, I got banned for saying ultra-Zionist pigs. Okay, that's the reason why I got banned. And for some weird reason, all of these people who are supposed to be anti-Israel, even though they're not necessarily anti-Israel, but simply just anti-Jewish, were very frustrated with the ban at first, but then very quickly realized that this is a good thing. Let's take a look. One of those guys was Nicolas Fuentes. For those of you who don't know, like I said, he is an avowed, loud and proud, open white nationalist, white supremacist, despite the fact that he himself is a gay man, or at the very least bi-curious. And not only is he a gay man, he also happens to be Mexican as well, even though he is personally, you know, anti-Mexican.
And by the way, we just got word last night, we talked about this yesterday, that the two ICE Gestapo thugs that murdered Alex Preddy, Hispanic. DEI fascism in this bitch, where you have Hispanics who desperately want to be white. One of them desperately is trying to look white, like his whole life is dedicated to trying to be white. The other one is the world's most obvious closet case I've ever seen in my life. So you got these Hispanic guys desperately struggling with their identities, murdering Americans in the street for practicing their constitutional rights. DEI fascism. But that's exactly also, as Hassan is pointing out, what Nick Fuentes is. You are a gay, or at least bi Mexican twink Nazi, bro. You're not getting it by anybody at this point, bro. Everybody's seen the clip of you with the fucking cat boy. Like, everybody knows what's actually going on inside that depraved brain of yours.
Self-hating neo-Nazi. Many such cases in the United States of America, especially as of late, unfortunately, because American fascism has become DEI, as I've talked about quite a bit, whether it be the ICE Gestapo agents that are majority black and brown, or whether it be the top content creators in the white nationalist sphere of influence. I said Israel's censorship regime. DHS has lists of American domestic terrorists that they surveil on the basis of their anti-Israel and anti-ICE activism. If you cover it, you'll get banned over frivolous rules that the ADL will establish ahead of time. Surely this will make people love Israel. To which he responded with, it's Jewish censorship, not just Israel, but you'll never go there. To which I responded with, I won't go there because I'm not a moron, and it's not about Judaism, no matter how hard you, Jonathan Greenblatt, and Mark Levin all claim it's tied. Another person that ties Israel, Zionism, and Judaism falsely is the likes of Ethan Klein, who is part of the reason why I'm on this platform right now today, the platform that he also live streams on to, I assume, a much smaller audience now, because he just simply could not stop trying to make every day of his broadcasting a hellish nightmare for his fan base, because he couldn't stop defending the apartheid state of Israel over and over again as it conducted a genocide. Having said that, no matter how much these dildos and these clowns try to tie Judaism to the state of Israel and its violent actions, I will not do that, because that is not the truth, right? So I said that, and then I said, get your booger-eating, bi-curious Mexican Nazi ass out of here and go sell some more Epstein hoodies, little man. Another thing that he gets very frustrated by, for the record, is the fact that he is a manlet. To which he replied with, yeah, bro, the Jewish state of Israel, the ADL, Project of B'nai B'rith, and their Jewish billionaire benefactors have nothing to do with Jewishness, lemefayao. You say they're supporting ISIS Zionists, but mass migration is the most Jewish policy of all time, and you are a collaborator. This, of course, is Nick Fuentes, who has been defending ISIS actions, regardless of the fact that, as I was, covering in this news article that I was reading at the time, ICE is quite literally surveilling anti-Israel protesters as domestic terrorists, and yet Nicolas Fuentes keeps dick-eating this goddamn administration, no matter how hard they go for Israel, and dick-eating directly ICE, no matter how hard ICE goes for Israel, including but not limited to trying to deport green card holders and many others that have hurt the feelings of the beautiful nation state of Israel, the most moral nation on the planet. So I said, you think Jews are monolithic because you are simple-minded. You believe in tribalism. I recognize class. You foment enmity against entire subgroups and divide the working class because you're a slave to Trump and billionaires that defend Israel because of their investments. To which he replied with, and he immediately went to the personal because he had no other adequate counter arguments that he could deploy here, and went, you're not working class, you're a millionaire live stream, you're getting paid by Amazon, which I never said. I never said I'm working class in this situation, and I didn't even say that he voted for Donald Trump, even though this person quite literally went to January 6th and was prosecuted by the government briefly for literally participating in January 6th. Now he's turning around and has the audacity to tell me he's not pro-Trump. Phony as, okay? Fake as self-invested, no real interest in any sort of genuine movement whatsoever, but that's probably a good thing, because his genuine movement would obviously be white supremacy, even though he himself is Mexican, as I said, so he wouldn't even be a part of the team that he's trying to design, a part of the future that he's trying to design. And don't defend Israel because of their investments. They're captured by the Israel lobby, which is motivated by messianic fanatical race loyalty. Once again, because Nick Fuentes himself has this messianic fanatical race loyalty to a race that he does not fully belong to, he just assumes everyone has the same opinions as well. Are there Israeli fascists, and are there fascists in the Zionist movement? Of course, Zionism is a fascist ideology. Of course there is fanatical loyalty of that sort. That's actually what I despise. That's why I'm anti-fascist, right? That's the same reason why I despise Nick Fuentes and hate Nick Fuentes, is the same reason why I despise and hate ultra-Zionists that I sometimes call pigs on Twitch.
Nick, you have the ideology of the people that you claim to hate. In fact, I think he literally said that. Was it in the interview with Tucker Carlson? I think it may have been in the interview with Tucker Carlson, where he basically lays out, like, look, I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the Jewish supremacists who think in race terms, in ideological terms, and who want to build an ethno-state paradise in their minds. Like, that's what I want to build here. I want to build like a white ethno-state in America, even though I wouldn't make the cut in my own fucking ideal ethno-state. You don't get to say they're evil because they have that ideology, but also I'm jealous of that ideology and I want to be the mirror image of that ideology. No, fuck that. If you're principled, you're actually against apartheid across the board, and you're against ethno-supremacy across the board, because it's fucking stupid too, by the way. And at this moment, really, of all the moments, to do the whole like, anti-Semitic thing, when we literally, like, we basically just got not just evidence, but proof that class is the truth. We got proof of that. Why? Because we have a cabal of pedophile billionaire elites who run the world, but many of them are also into fucking bestiality and torture and cannibalism. We have this proof that extreme wealth literally rots your soul and turns you immoral and turns you unethical and makes you see others as non-human to the point where you rape kids and fucking are a cannibal and torture people for sexual gratification. I've never seen a better example that shows beyond any doubt whatsoever that wealth corrodes the soul. Extreme wealth is the problem. The billionaires are the problem. The problem is class. And you're still over here doing this fucking ancient bigotry bullshit, no different from like a 16th century peasant going, oh, they must be bad because they're Jewish. You sound like an idiot.
That's the same thing. It's the same reason, because I'm consistently and principally anti-fascist. In any case, he didn't stop there. He said a bunch of other stuff as well. There was a video that I wanted to show you. I don't know where it is, but I did respond with, I'd rather be a class traitor than a gay Mexican manlet neo-Nazi. I suspect he did not like that, which is part of the reason why, and I will show you this now, he went on a tangent. He went on a rant, literally defending Benjamin Netanyahu. This guy can't even be consistently anti-Semitic. I guess that's not a bad thing. I guess that's not such a bad thing. It turns out for avowed white supremacist, prominent anti-Semite Nicholas Fuentes, there's one group of people that he hates more than Jews. Let's take a look at who that group is.
Hassan Piker just got banned on Twitch, which W's in the chat. Hassan Piker just got banned on Twitch for calling supporters of ICE Zionist pigs. He says, if you support ICE, you're a Zionist pig. Really? Once again, it's like, what is the value of someone like that? Hassan Piker is human garbage. I didn't know they stacked it that high. Hassan Piker.
Oh, height reference too? Why are you bringing up height, baby? It's just odd to bring up height like that. I didn't know they stacked.
Hassan's like 6'4", by the way. He's like 6'4", and I don't know how tall Fuentes is, but I want to say like 5'6", maybe 5'6", 5'8" at most.
Piker is human trash who should be deported back to Turkey. Honestly, we should just put him in the ocean like Osama bin Laden. We should just give him a watery grave like bin Laden. Just tie weights to his ankles and throw him overboard. I don't care who the does it. I don't care if the IDF does it. Hey, Netanyahu, if you can hear us, can you do us a solid? Netanyahu, if you're listening, you know what do you know what would get all of Gen Z white guys, right-wingers to support Israel again? You need to go Maduro on Hassan Piker and throw him in the ocean.
Oh my God.
Give him a watery grave. You want us to support Israel? You want to make the case? Why should we ally with Israel? You know, that would be a start.
This mother is, I mean, this is not surprising, I hope, to anybody really that's been paying attention. But he's out here dick-eating Israel with the hopes that Israel will me. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. But there are people out there that when they get to a certain place in their commentary, in their ideology, they're so one note. They're just so locked and loaded on singularly hating your boy. And it makes no damn sense. So much so that they will cast aside their previous enmity that they've spent years and years developing. This man has been banned from every platform, okay? This man's been banned from every goddamn platform.
He's also going around saying he supports Jeffrey Epstein. He's selling Jeffrey Epstein quarter zips because he came out the other day and said, all right, you know what? Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein's actually really cool. I actually think he's really cool. He's actually really cool. And then, by the way, he'll go back and forth. When it's to try to burn the Trump regime and outflank them on the right, he's like, oh, they've been lying about the Epstein files this entire time. What else are they lying about? Like, lying about somebody who's really cool, as you said? You said he's cool. Everybody's seen the clip. Everybody sees you fucking selling the quarter zips. He goes back forth, back forth. He does the whole, I'm against regime change. I'm against this warmongering and these illegal foreign wars. And then he fucking does a show where he's like, well, actually I'm for the regime change in Venezuela. I think that's a good one. We should do that one. That one sounds awesome. What a fucking scam artist and a con man. It's unbelievable. Then he had the nerve to say like, well, the Venezuela one has nothing to do with Israel, so that's why I have this position on this one. It actually does. Because the whole point is, if we overthrow Maduro and we steal the oil from Venezuela, The reason Netanyahu likes that is because then he doesn't have to worry about the Strait of Hormuz being shut down when they try to do regime change in Iran. Right now, we're liable to feel it if there's a supply shock and they shut down the Strait of Hormuz and don't allow the oil to get to the U.S., right? So the whole idea of overthrowing the Venezuelan government and stealing the oil is to soften a supply shock if they shut down the Strait of Hormuz during a war where we're trying to overturn Iran. So it is all connected. It is all connected. All the fucking warmongering is connected. They're trying to do imperialism and colonialism. They're trying to create the technate of America is what they're creating. Basically make it like a greater America project in the same way that Israel's trying to create a greater Israel project. Like, we rolled the clock back to fucking medieval style imperialism, and this jackass is sitting on the sidelines cheering as if it's going to help you in any way, shape, or form. It's not going to make your wages go up. It's not going to give you better health care or better benefits. In fact, quite the opposite. Unemployment's going up.
You, just you, building your app on base 44.
You know, the economy is fucking up in smoke right now. Inflation's going up. People are struggling. They're losing their Medicaid. Their insurance premiums are tripling. You got all these problems. And what does Nick Fuentes want to do? Fucking overthrow Maduro, do regime change in Venezuela. And he wants to super fund ICE Gestapo thugs to murder Americans in the street when they're exercising their First Amendment and Second Amendment rights.
He is. He's just a straight up anti-Semite. He is trying to get me to also become an anti-Semite, and failing, of course. In that first conversation that we had, when he first replied to me, he's like, just say Jew, just say Jew. This is about Jews, right? And when he gets a little bit of pushback, and when he has no counter positions whatsoever, when he can't, like, because when you have a conversation with someone like myself, when you have a conversation with an anti-Zionist, an anti-fascist, if you yourself are a fascist and you're anti-Semitic, and you want to bring the conversation back to like spiritual, ideological basis, and there is obviously the ideological side of this argument as well. There's the Israeli lobby side of the conversation. That's fine, right? Like, that's valid. That's valid to discuss. I discuss it all the time. I'm stuck between the Mearsheimer, Chomsky approach, even though, you know, only one of those guys hasn't been on the Epstein-Lolita Express. Let's be real. I think both the prominence and the influence peddling operation that is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor of the Israeli lobby, most commonly known as AIPAC, but there's so many other groups there, that plays a significant role in American politics, a very significant role. I talk about that all the time. But also the very notion that Israel is the bulwark of American empire in a resource-rich region, a unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage capabilities, that plays a pretty significant role in this equation. And these guys can't have that conversation because they have to take it back to this monolithic Jewry. They have to consistently say, this is about a global organized effort around Jews. I personally think that's pussy. Sorry for using such gendered language here, but I personally think that's cowardly. It's cowardly. It's unproductive. It has nothing to do with addressing the actual problem. And the reason why is because just as the Holy Crusades had not to do with defending Christianity at all, but was for pure plunder purposes, but Christianity was the galvanizing principle there, a way to justify it. The same principle holds for Zionism and its ties to Judaism. Are there a lot of Jews who are Zionists? Of course. But if Jews were monolithic, then Israel would not spend multiple billions of dollars to make sure that every Western Jew, as soon as they're born, is locked into Zionism to the best of their ability and still fail to do so. Because there are plenty of young Jews, especially in the United States of America, many of them are in my community as well, that are anti-Zionist. They're some of our most valuable comrades. People who are anti-fascist, people who carry on the tradition of the Bolsheviks, people who carry on the revolutionary spirit that Jews historically have championed. At the end of the day, if there was this monolithic Jewry, then Israel and pro-Israeli investors would not actively try to propagandize Israel from such an early age to try to make every American and every Western Jew be super pro-Israel their whole lives. And they still fail to do so regardless. There is no group that is monolithic. This is tribalistic attitudes. This is stupid. This is just pure projection. It just reveals your position that dictates your position, your speculation, your belief system that says, no, all white guys think the same. All white guys are the same. We need to organize around whiteness. We need to organize around being Jewish. I don't work like that. I don't operate like that. And I don't think human beings operate like that. But when these guys run into someone who is an anti-fascist, their arguments fall apart. Because as I've said before, I've been an anti-Zionist. I've been loudly and proudly anti-Israel far before Nick Fuentes was even in the sphere of political commentary. When Nick Fuentes was trying to have sex with his roommate in college and then getting very upset that allegedly his roommate in college had a girlfriend, I was out there saying F Israel. When he was watching Mark Levin videos and getting radicalized into believing that there is some sort of great replacement that he later tied back to, you know, Jewish trickery or whatever he tied it back to, I was out there still saying Israel's an apartheid state because it was. Israel didn't become an apartheid state after October 7. You found out about it after October 7. Maybe not Nick, but many of you found out about it after October 7, after Israel's genocide. So that's why I laugh whenever these guys try to substitute consistent anti-Zionism and maintaining an anti-fascist and anti-imperialist principle, taking a principled stance against Israel because Zionism is a fascist ideology, Zionism is a racist ideology, and they try to turn it into anti-Semitism. No matter how much the ADL comes after me, and they certainly spend a good deal of time and effort, no matter how many articles are written about me in the Jewish Insider, I'm not going to cast aside my principles on this. No matter how many people say, oh, Hassan, you're doing Jewish exceptionalism. No, I'm not. I'm simply consistent. Anti-Semitism is a bigotry. And bigotry, you know, in the simplest terms, very stupid. It's the wrong way of thinking. It's unproductive, it's idiotic, and it causes people to focus on the wrong things. It dilutes your attention, it dilutes your interests, and it causes you to be unprincipled. And at worst, obviously, anti-Semitism is dehumanizing rhetoric that has historically led to a whole great deal of atrocities in general. Conflating anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism is ironically what the likes of Nick Fuentes do, but it's also one that serves the purpose of Israel. That's why I say Nick Fuentes is basically an agent of Israel, because as long as he is the one carrying the torch of anti-Zionism, and he is not, you can so easily turn around and go, yeah, this guy hates Israel because he hates Jews. That is the real reason why he hates Israel. Fascists hate Israel and Zionism because of jealousy.
It reminds me of Alex Jones, right? Because it's like, if you wanted to make it look like any and all conspiracies are nonsense, then Alex Jones would be the conspiracy. You'd have him be the guy, him be the figurehead, right? Because then you look at that guy and go, well, obviously all conspiracies must be insanely wrong, because look at the guy who's propagating them. This guy's a psychopath. This guy's insane, right? So it's kind of a similar thing with Nick Fuentes that he's describing.
They want to do Israel here. And that's precisely the reason why this really, really triggered something in Nick Fuentes, because it exposes that contradiction. As a fascist, as a Christian nationalist, Nick Fuentes wants to do what Israel is doing, but in America for the in-group. In Israel, that in-group is determined as Jewish. In America, he wants to do that for what he has declared are white Christians. Whether Nick Fuentes is actually a part of that in-group or not, well, only time will tell. But that is why anti-Semites hate Israel. Not because of the human toll, not because of the endless amounts of support that they get from the United States of America in order to purge the made-up boundaries of the state of Israel in pursuit of the Greater Israel Project, to kill untold amount of Palestinians, starting off with 750,000 Palestinians that were forcibly displaced in an act known as the Nakba from 1947 onward. They don't hate Israel because Israel is a fascist state, ethno-religious supremacist state that is ethnically cleansing non-Jews in the region, the indigenous population in the region. They hate Israel because they don't get to do it. They hate Israel because they want to be able to do the same thing here in the United States of America. It's pure jealousy. But once again, you got to say it, guys, fascists, and Israel.
He killed him, bro. He killed him. And it's funny because there actually are two different kinds of fascists. There's pro-Israel fascists and anti-Israel fascists. And, you look at somebody like Elon Musk. He retweets Nazi shit all day, but then he also dick rides Netanyahu and dick rides Israel. And so you have fascists like Nick Fuentes, who look at Israel and they say, like, they think Jews run the world, and they use their intellect for nefarious conspiratorial purposes to destroy white countries. That's one kind of fascist. Another kind of fascist just looks at Israel and looks at Jewish supremacists like Netanyahu, and they look at him with jealousy. And they say, well, yeah, we want to create our version of an ethno-state here, and they have their ethno-state over there, so we can be allies in the sense that we believe in racial hierarchy, we believe in race IQ stuff and eugenics, and, like, you could have your ethno-state there, and we're trying to create our ethno-state here. So there are pro-Israel and anti-Israel fascists, and Nick just happens to be the flavor and variety of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel fascist. And yes, he's angry at Hassan, and he fights with Hassan because he looks at it as, we're vying for the same lane. We're vying for, like, young people in America to wake up to our version of politics and our brand of politics. And Hassan's brand of politics is class politics, right? It's socialism. It's anti-Zionist and anti-fascist and anti-imperialist. And Nick's philosophy is just neo-Nazism, right? It's just white supremacy and white nationalism. And yeah, at the end of the day, I find that incredibly boring. I find it incredibly stupid. And again, I find it, you're just trying to do Israel, but here, like, with a different group of people. And I think believing in equality as a matter of principle is the best way to structure a government, structure a system, right? Like, I believe in democracy, I believe in secularism, I believe in humanitarianism, I believe in equality, I believe that's the best way to structure a system. But their whole ideology is based on racial supremacy and dominance and control. And you're never going to get anything but a fascist hellscape with that ideology. And so, good to see the little Nazi manlet getting smacked down into place here. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Recently tied the knot? When life changes, your taxes do too. With 70 years of experience, H&R Block can help make filing after saying I do a piece of cake.
Lucas Martinez Quarta. Here's Marcos Acuna. Well, when you're leading, you can afford to be pass happy. It'll be a corner. Who's going to get on the end of it? And the keeper's going to be very grateful because that wasn't the best of deliveries. Alexis Sanchez. A corner will ensue. Trying to deliver it accurately. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. But nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. And the chance slips away.
Well, they've defended that really well. They look very organised there.
Oh, needed to get there and did. Into the final 20 minutes. Oh, managing to beat him, but stacked defending when it mattered. Vinicius Junior. And he knows what he's doing defensively. Every goalkeeper would expect to catch that one. Emmanuel Mamana. Lucas Martinez Quarta. Portillo.
Well, just listen to this reaction. They're affording their opponents far too much time on the ball. They have to press higher up the pitch.
Happy to play keep ball, and why not?
Well, they have to be pressed harder than this.
Franco Armani. Lucas Martinez Quarta. Armani. Juan Portillo. So the final whistle almost upon us, and this is not exactly what the home fans had in mind when they arrived at the ground today, Stuart.
Well, where do I start? They've been totally outplayed in all areas of the pitch, but it's their defending that's really been poor today. No structure, too open, not enough desire, and a lack of urgency. This is a worrying performance.
Juan Quintero. Oh, good-looking run. A danger averted thanks to his teammate. Is this the moment? Well, they pulled one back, but perhaps a bit too late in this contest. They haven't been at the races this evening. So back underway, and this game has had a roller coaster quality about it. Rodri. Could be dangerous. And nearly the ideal ball, but a good piece of defending. Armani. Well, there goes the final whistle. That will be all for this particular Well, hello to you. Another exciting game brought to you by TV. I'm Guy Mowbray, the former England forward. Commentary, and we have a live. It's the Hurricanes facing the
fallout and frustration tonight after the release of millions of pages of Epstein documents showing the late convicted sex offender's ties to the rich and powerful, like former Prince Andrew, seen in these photos kneeling over an unidentified woman. It's not clear why. Andrew was stripped of his royal titles last year, but has long vigorously denied allegations of abuse related to Epstein. And at the Capitol, new word: the Clintons will provide the testimony the House Oversight Committee has been seeking, according to the former president's spokesperson. With that news coming ahead of a planned vote this week to hold the former first couple in contempt. The Clintons have not been accused by officials of wrongdoing. Also among the files, this video of Epstein just months before his 2019 arrest and suicide. Interviewed by MAGA strategist Steve Bannon.
Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact...
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
Bannon has not been accused of wrongdoing and has not responded to NBC's request for comment. The Justice Department today says it worked through the weekend to take down several thousand files that inadvertently identified victims, with some survivors furious.
I found my own, date of birth, my own phone number, but was also just really disturbed to see evidence of names of people that I knew did not want to be public.
Developments in the Epstein case making headlines worldwide, even mentioned at the Grammys last night by host Trevor Noah, referencing President Trump. The president now angrily threatening to sue the comedian.
He made a statement about me and Jeffrey Epstein. I have nothing to do with that. I have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
He's not been accused by officials of wrongdoing related to Epstein.
Hallie joins us live. Hallie, I know you're tracking a headline from the White House tonight. President Trump talking about his plans to close the Kennedy Center to renovate it.
That's right, Tom. And the president says tonight he expects it'll be a $200 million project with construction starting in July and lasting about 2 years. That planned closure is coming after a slew of artists canceled performances once the president purged the Kennedy Center's board, naming himself chairman and putting his own name on the building. Tom?
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube.
Well, the lead is now 2 as the game restarts. And the ball there lost by the Hurricanes. Taking it upon himself to drive forward further. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Served through on a plate here and played in now. That's brilliant. That really is. Spotted the chance to lift it over the keeper and did it perfectly. Oh, brilliant anticipation. Pull it. Now here's an invitation. And then level, when just a few moments ago they trailed by 2. And it's pinched Freddie's mind there. Rude Hullet. Valverde. Oh, just wide, and he really picked his spot there too. And that's wasteful from the old boys. Lovely pass, the ticket to the in. Onto it, in on goal. that will be a throw-in now. Nuno Mendes. Closed it down well. From the keeper.
Yeah, he didn't have long to react, but you have to praise his reflexes.
Taken cleanly and held on to. Claudia Pina. Looks a good ball. And stopped in their tracks. Well watched. All a bit chaotic, this.
Yeah, neither side can keep the ball, can they?
Baggio. Jones. And the Hurricanes have it back. Played through nicely. Denied in close quarters.
In those split seconds, you need razor sharp reflexes, and that stop was absolutely flawless.
Vinicius Junior. Leon. Good work from Old Boys to win it back. There's a chance for the breakaway here. It's a really good break, this. Great instinct there to cut it out. And the referee's whistle brings the first 45 minutes to a close. All square as we kick off the second half. One moment could decide this one. And that's where it ends.
Oh, they stopped that really well, didn't they? Really well organised off the ball there.
Old Boys moving the ball forward with real purpose. And it's offside here. Making a change here. Rude Hullet. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. And that might have ended up being better than it has. Oh, chance here. That's a decent bit of goalkeeping. As precise as they come. And maybe that was purely a misconnection with the ball. Vinicius Junior. Good idea, but it's been overhit.
That's just too much on it. Back to the drawing board now.
Roberto Baggio. A lovely, incisive ball, and that's been ruled as offside. Read the pass well and cuts it out. Tricky this in a tight spot. Keep going, says the referee. Advantage. There's a chance for them to go now. They've lost it. A promising break fades away. Well, that's going to be a free kick. And that is a caution.
Well, it's a poor challenge. Had to be booked for that.
Half an hour left for play. The Hurricanes regain possession. Closed it down well. And the flag goes up for offside.
Well, it's sloppy, is it? Just needs to hold on to it for a little bit longer. Give her time to get back on side.
Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Messi. Well, plenty of power on the effort, but just wide. Goal kick it is. This is a good-looking attack from the Hurricanes. There, he's in, and they take the lead. Well, off the bench and onto the score sheet. What a way to make an impact. So off we go, 3-2 the score now. Valverde. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Just 20 minutes remaining now. Beaten easily here. A promising move stalls. It's to equalise. The effort shut out. The old boys with the ball again. Counter-attack coming, away they go. And that's a fine save to deny a proper chance. It's gone out for a throw. And that was made to happen. And he's made a real difference today. And the manager now bringing him off after a solid shift. On the wrong side of the defence, offside. Marquinhos. On he goes, terrific. And now they've lost it. Good reading of the game. And the attack is over. Could be a chance to break here. Pushing nicely upfield here. This to level it. Late drama here. All square once again, and no wonder they're off celebrating. If they want to win it, this could be the chance. For the lead now. Oh, that was hit hard. Less is more sometimes.
You're right, and he's got to finish that for me. Certainly from that range, you just got to pass it into the net.
Messi. Switched on and ready to intercept there.
Yeah, anticipated well there. He was onto that in a flash.
A chance to cross here. Encouraging signs to the attack, but it hasn't led to anything. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. Now, this has to be. Oh, what a time to score! A goal. Welcome everyone to a night for football with the floodlights beaming down. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and my partner ready to bring you all the analysis and technical talk is Stuart Robson. And we're excited to present this live Champions contest. It's the Hurricanes, and they take on the Old Boys.
Well, they need the 3 points here today. They were disappointing last time out, but I think they've got some good players who might just turn it on here. This will be an interesting game, that's for sure.
That the first half of this Champions match is underway. Millie Bright, take it away. Oh, breezing past him. He could pick out a teammate. Nicely timed tackle. Well, when you hit a particular milestone in terms of appearances, you deserve to be highlighted. 100 appearances for the club as of today. Quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, he's done really well for the club.
Oh, chance perhaps. And that looked as though it was going to be his second.
Well, he scored and looked a real nuisance throughout the game. That could so easily have been another goal for him.
Incisive pass from Totti. Oh, magnificent from the keeper. Fantastic stop. Vinicius Junior. He has teammates around him. Decides to shoot. Blocking it. Real chance. Well, that was an opportunity to make the scoreboard look even better from their point of view.
Oh, big chance, missed that. This game is still very much in the balance.
Did a good job of cutting it out. Can he do it? And taken cleanly by the keeper. Well, neither side wants ownership of the ball. Very effective pass. Totti! Oh, top goalkeeping! Trying to deliver it accurately. And the goalkeeper really exuding confidence. Vinicius. Must be! Well, as he hit that one, it looked as though it had a chance. Pedri. Totti. Perfect tackle. And nicely over the top. And look at this! And it's true for him today. A masterful performance. The defenders unable to stop him. So the ball rolling again. 2-0 the score. Millie Bright. On to Pedri. Francesco Totti. Excellent defending. Well, good idea. Huge block.
She's done so well there. What an important block.
Really good vision there from Johan Cruyff. It could be Totti! And oh, it's in! We cannot declare this contest over. They still believe. Well, the game is restarted. The old boys are still trailing, but this match has a very different feel about it. And taken away from Salah. Oh, useful ball. Could be. And fired against the crossbar. Oh, fine play, and maybe it'll set something up. How did they let that attack come to an end?
Well, had that gone in, the game was firmly in their hands. Now, though, they've got to make sure they don't let this slip.
Caroline Weir. And Valverde. Vinicius Junior. Good looking move this. Big chance. And he's only gone and made it a hat-trick. Absolutely unplayable today. What a performance. Cruyff. He could really get at the opposition. Opportunity here. Oh, goalkeeping heroics.
Well, he's done brilliantly there. He's reacted so quickly to that shot.
Loves to cut in from the wide areas. Oh, keeper dealt with it. Not increasing the pressure. Another corner it is. They favoured a short one here. That's a good-looking ball. A good and fair challenge. Now breaking at pace. Potential danger. Opportunity it is. Francesco Totti. Just cutting off the supply. almost at half-time, and they're making home advantage count, I think it's fair to say. Your thoughts?
Zealand, what a chance this is.
There it is! The goals keep coming. No stopping them today. Well, it's been all Hurricanes so far, and you sense there could be further punishment in store. Oh, they were in a decent position too.
Well, no way through there.
And that's going to result in a goal kick. And taking it away. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. It's looking promising. A goal! And I'll tell you what, on this sort of form, very few would lay a glove on them. And the whistle is sounded for half-time in this game.
We will find out if Chuck Schumer manages to successfully fund, at least temporarily, the DHS. If they remember, Chuck Schumer is on Operation Make Sure No One Knows Democrats Exist by doing nothing and assuming that nobody notices.
I wasn't here on Friday. I had a rant primed for that, but you guys discussed the fact that Schumer is completely giving away all the leverage here, and also
what?
I mean, I'm sure you did.
Okay,
but did you the part that bothered me the most? I'm not sure if you touched on it. The fact that he's giving them 2 weeks, it benefits the Republicans so disproportionately because the outrage about the killings of Renee Good and Preddy are going to be more in the rear view mirror.
Of course. No, it is a cool down period, and if they need another 2 week period. But what you're discounting is that he swore. Mm-hmm. And did you hear this?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay. This is what you're discounting.
Okay.
Matt, will you just, if you would, how do we not have this hanging on the office?
This is on his Instagram. Sorry.
Oh, his Instagram. Must be popping over there. In between thirst traps, he's caving to the Republicans.
I don't think he's caving to the Republicans.
Sorry.
Listen to how angry he is. And that's why he's only giving 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks.
Stephen Miller are fucking liars. Any administration that...
Did you see? Did you see? Can we play back what... Emma just went reeled. She reeled back when she heard that. That's how strong
Stephen Miller are fucking liars. Any administration...
Absolute leadership.
To prevent myself from retching.
Honestly, I get a chill running up my spine when I hear him swear like that.
Right.
Because I know he's mad.
Right.
He's really mad.
Right.
No side deals.
No side deals. And of course, where did he do that? The social media.
The social media.
Really knew what he was doing.
What you didn't see in the video also is there's about 5 edits in a 30-second video because he can't
actually,
finish a 30-second
they had to do a jump cut between Pho and King. Yeah. They had to take that twice to get the full...
Chuck, will you say Sofa King?
Fresh off the heels of Chuck Schumer saying that Kristi Noem and... Was it Steve Miller, did he say?
Yeah, they're fucking liars.
Oh. You gotta put the glasses on for that.
Oh, tough guy.
Effing liars. But I'm gonna use the real swear.
Wow.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked. Thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships.
Wow. That is not Kentucky Fried French fries.
He, for whatever reason, and Chuck Schumer agreed to a 2-week continuing resolution for DHS funding in the minibus appropriation bill. So it's really basically like half of the stuff that is remaining to fund the government for a year. That includes Pentagon funding, that includes Housing and Urban Development, Department of Transportation, Department of Education, Health and Human Services, and then DHS is funded, but only at the same levels, which is excessive, for 2 weeks. And then the idea is that we're going to vote on it then. And what Chuck Schumer, so we're going to come up with a strategy of where we can pretend, this is Chuck Schumer's thinking, where we can pretend we're actually imposing some reforms on ICE. And you can pretend that we're performing some reforms on ICE. And then we'll pass that bill. But the problem that they've run into is that the House has already passed a bill that doesn't strip out DHS for a 2-week extension. You'll recall there were 7 Democrats who voted with the Republicans about a week and a half ago. Tom Suozzi, the most sort of vocal and coming out and saying, I made a mistake. I didn't realize ICE was bad until they killed the second observer. After the first observer, I thought, could happen to anybody. Incidentally, ICE has killed 8 people now. We only acknowledged the killing of 2 because they were observers and American citizens. They have killed 6 other people in shootings.
And let alone what we're hearing about the deaths in ICE custody already. I mean, at least 5 this year. The conditions that children are being left in these camps. It's horrifying.
And they are obviously also kidnapping people who are in legal process, whether it's I'm getting a green card, whether I'm having an asylum hearing, whatever it is. And they're holding them in these horrible conditions as a way to get them to self-deport and essentially take themselves out of these legal processes. So legal migrants, in other words, documented people, in other words. So Chuck Schumer tries to make this deal, but in the House, it's running into some problems because the Democrats have decided they're not going to provide any votes to allow this to pass in regular order, and to get suspension of the rules, you would need 2/3 of the House. So they can't suspend the rules. They need to try and get all Republicans on board, and that can be a problem because
Freedom Caucus guys, but
they usually squawk, and then they do that. Okay.
This is it's like perhaps, I mean, we've had a lot of Chuck Schumer capitulations over the past year and a half under Trump 2.0, but for some reason this one just infuriated me even more because there was really broadly not that much pushback to it. But the fact that you would say at all that you were going to continue DHS funding, this is after the killing of Renee Good, after the killing of Preddy, after you saw thousands and thousands of people in the streets in Minnesota and then across the country stand against ICE and say we abolish ICE as becoming a majority position in this country among independents and Democrats, and you're going to say, we'll feed right into what you want, John Thune and the Republicans. You want some heat off the situation right now. You want the national mood to cool so that you guys don't look so bad. Here, let me help you with that. We'll allow you to have a 2-week cool down period, and then we'll do the negotiations when our position isn't as strong. And then you see, we're going to play this clip now, but it's hard not to think about Chuck Schumer as a legitimate fascist collaborator. It's either it's incompetence, it's weakness, it's corruption, it's ideology, it's some mix of those. But the fact that he agreed to this, you are literally giving Republicans more leverage. How else can you slice this?
Do you know what day this is from? Is this
February 1st?
This is okay.
Event.
So this is
yesterday.
This is from yesterday morning.
He said this to the New York Times last spring.
Incidentally, the State Department unilaterally just sent $6 billion to Israel.
Oh, and by the way, the deadliest day over the weekend, the deadliest day since the ceasefire, which Israel has been breaking like almost every day since October. Over 30 Palestinians killed, at least half a dozen children killed.
Naval bombardment of tents. Of tents. People sleeping in tents. And here is Chuck Schumer, very excited that he's been able to get things done.
The fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs. I will continue to fight for it. And we delivered more security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before. We will keep doing that, everybody. It is so important to give Israel what it needs.
Wait. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did we start at the beginning there?
Yeah.
What happened? Okay.
Looks like there's a cut there.
Okay,
But this was Jacob Clumby.
It is so important to give Israel what it needs and to protect itself from the many in that difficult region who want to wipe Israel off the face of the map. We have to do everything to do that. We have to do everything to ensure that the delicate ceasefire secured last year paves the way to lasting peace. where people can live side by side, as many have mentioned, in a two-state solution.
Side by side in a two-state solution. And by that, what I mean is several large, medium-sized ghettos, and then we can have beautiful buildings on the coast of Gaza.
Side by side with one side pointing guns at the other side.
Mission accomplished. I've been a great Senate minority leader. That's what I've been working on. There's a couple of things I made a mess of, but let's be honest.
I do
this
like
is my big job.
how it's changed slightly. It used to be that his job, what he said to the New York Times, was my job is to keep the left pro-Israel. You know, you failed already, so it's like, ugh.
He reiterated that in that speech. I don't know where it was in that recording, but he reiterated something like that. It's one of my jobs.
Well, fair enough, but the point being is,
now he knows it's one of his jobs.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at support for Israel's actions among the Democratic base, like single-digit percentages, a majority of Democrats now consider it a genocide. So you failed in that regard.
Providing Israel with more funding, I think it's like single digits now.
I mean, so is he fundraising here? What is this breakfast event? Do we have any more details about it?
I read an article on it, but it was so poorly written I couldn't figure out exactly what the point of the breakfast was.
I would imagine it has some fundraising purpose.
Yeah,
that's basically what he
Let's
does.
see that poll.
Yeah. Here it is.
Increasing military aid to Israel. If you go by party ID, it is 4% Democrat.
3% of Harris voters.
Increasing, maintaining for Democrats is 19%.
Oh, so all of the folks trotting out the defensive weapons thing should take note of that. Please, some staffers, tell the people that you work for that's not acceptable.
Decreasing and stopping, when you add it together, is by far the majority opinion.
I mean, this is
nearly 60%.
Chuck Schumer is, obviously is a true believer, and that's it. And that is, it does feel like it is the only thing that gets him out of bed in the morning.
No side deals.
I get it.
And like,
I don't like to do the other stuff.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, there's only so many things that you can do.
Right. Sometimes, people need hobbies in their old age.
But it's not a hobby. I'm saying.
No, your job is
I don't want to get bogged down by the whole,
Right. But it's not
thing
supposed to be your
happening
job.
in America.
This is not about Chuck Schumer anymore. This is about the Democrats around him. Elizabeth Warren, pull the plug. Take the shot. This is... And here's another...
come at me!
Came over the weekend.
Come at me!
Phil Gordon was going to be, Kamala's point man on Israel-Palestine?
You gonna let me? I'll swear at you.
This is the way that they talk about this. It's hard to overstate the damage to U.S.-Israel relations done by the sense of entitlement and gratitude reflected in the comments like these and Netanyahu's own recent statements. Baseless misdirection to suggest that Israeli soldiers' deaths in Gaza were caused by some phantom U.S. embargo, when in fact, Biden resisted enormous pressure to condition aid as required by U.S. law. Even as Israel rebuffed calls to facilitate more humanitarian assistance and reduce civilian casualties.
Wait, is he bragging about Biden doing that?
He's saying that explicitly is what Biden did,
Yeah.
and Israel is not thankful for it. Well, who could have told you that?
Well,
and
that's
insulting to suggest that the U.S. concern for people in Gaza was driven by Michigan as if no other possible basis for concern comes to mind. If goal of Netanyahu and his partisans is to accelerate the sharp decline of U.S. public support for Israel and further undermine the bipartisan character of that support, this seems like a good way to go about it. News to Phil Gordon and everyone like that. It's over. This is over. The support's done. It's not accelerated. It's over. So adjust policy toward that fact. Start following the goddamn law, the Leahy law that said you need to condition aid to people doing human rights violations.
And what you're saying, Matt, is the fact that it's over, and especially for the younger generation, and especially with independents and Democrats, is why this is such a threat, what Chuck Schumer is doing here. It's not just mismanagement, it's not just incompetence, it's he is trying to enclose and circle the wagons around support for Israel, and he sees that as his role, as he understands he's a dead man walking with leadership. He has to at this point. So he sees I'm in the waning years of my career, this is what I'm going to cement as a part of my legacy, because he believes in this ideologically. And he is literally leading us down the road to fascism with that, because this hurts the Democrats broadly from taking power. When you're constantly ignoring your voter base, and you're constantly gaslighting them, and you're depressing turnout, and you're tying the Democratic Party to a genocidal state, you are prioritizing making the party less popular for your pet interest or fixation or zealotry, when we need as much popular will to combat fascism in this moment.
We're going to get Janet Mills in there.
Yes.
And she's going to bring us the type of youthful energy
and so I don't use fascist collaborator lightly. And when I say that, it's not that it's I want the Republicans to... He's not thinking about that consciously. But you, Chuck, are prioritizing the genocidal state of Israel above building a durable coalition that can fight fascism, and that's why you're a fascist collaborator, because of the priorities.
Well, I prefer enabler.
Yeah.
I think when you say collaborator, you're giving me a little bit too much credit for being active. I like to say enabler, but I will say this: Haley Stevens, charismatic, charismatic.
That's a talent, right?
Right?
Oh yeah, baby.
Right? She's right there. I still think Janet Mills. She's gonna surprise you. She's gonna surprise you. Wait till she starts to sprint towards the end of this campaign.
That kid has spunk. That Janet Mills.
Yeah, she's like a firecracker.
She knows the social media.
Oh yeah. Oh, she certainly does. Totally. Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you, so you can chase this feeling.
And away they go again into the second half. Gianfranco Zola. Magnificent there from Zola, but ably intercepted when it looked as though they might be in. That's what you call defending from the front. Possibilities here. Might work out. Oh, that's a fine save, forming a real chance. Elects to go short. It's one corner after another.
Well, they haven't created too much lately, but the fans know this is a chance to take the lead here.
Clearing is away. And the Hornets looking dangerous. And the flag has gone up, offside. Clever defending. That's a good-looking ball. Well, if you want to talk about safe hands under pressure, you've just seen them. Claudia Pina. Can they jump ahead? But then the one that fails to hit its target. Oh, this is looking promising. Will it be? Tremendous block. He opted for placement, but it didn't happen for him. And time for the change now. Garincha. 30 minutes to go then. And fed forwards. Impudent efforts. substitution. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Incisive ball. Chances up. And it's an excellent save.
Well, I always fancy the keeper to make the save. He's really good in those situations.
Relieving the pressure for now. And whipped into the box. Well, in fact, a bit too close to the goalkeeper. And that was always going to be claimed. Claudia Pina. Attacking possibilities here for the Hornets. And a fine reading of the situation. Chance to shoot. And the keeper making sure there were no scraps for them to feed on.
Well, those stats really do tell you everything. So many chances, but yet so little end product. At some point, though, you sense they're going to get the breakthrough.
Claudia Pina. Wonderfully weighted pass. An opportunity to forge ahead from this corner situation. Well, he's gone short with it. And showing good game awareness. Thoughtful play. And the upshot of that is offside.
Well, he needed to look elsewhere because the flag was always going to go up.
Vinicius Junior. Now what can they do from here? Just the challenge that was required. Marcos Llorente. Claudia Pina. And now Rodrigo. Pina. And good anticipation. All even, but will it stay that way? Oh, it might happen for her here. And a goal! This is why we adore this game. Late drama, and now they're in front.
Well, here it is. Head down, hit through the ball, and get it on target. That's a top-class finish. There was no stopping that.
So they restart the game, and time is running out. A very timely interception. Could catch them on the break. Benjamin Henrichs. Well, keeping it on the ground, slightly off target. And a throw coming up after that authoritative challenge. Well, she certainly made her mark on the game, and now the manager is making a switch. So a throw in here. Could be dangerous. Oh, what a save! Let's see about the delivery. Could pose a threat on the counter. Rodrigo. Well, still time for them to level it. Late drama here. Level once more. Incredible scenes. So back underway. One goal apiece here. Well, the referee has instructed the fourth official to put 2 minutes on the board. And he read it well. Well, that's that's it for the 90 minutes. But this is not over, and two 15-minute periods of extra time to come. So underway again, these teams locked together. Messi. Wonderful vision from Lionel Messi. Unable to put it behind for what will be a corner here.
Yeah, that was fairly emphatic.
Who can they pick out? Well, he'd love to have that header back. In fairness, he was being closely watched. Ruibal. The ball with Rodri. Lovely weight. Set through. Well, he decided to blast it, and he's been denied by the frame of the goal.
Well, he hit it with such force, he gave the keeper no chance. But he hasn't scored, and therefore it's a bad miss.
Must take the lead here. This went slightly awry for them there. Now the counter-attack looks on. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? Messi. And successfully cut out. And he's certainly not alone. They're straying offside and it wasn't close. Perfect challenge. Vinicius. And an opening. Oh, a finish of real class. No wonder he's celebrating. Take a bow. Well, underway again. It's a narrow 2-1 lead as things stand. Well read to put an end to that attack. Fine pass. And a goal to level this contest. All even.
Well, here's the replay, and he shows great awareness to play this through ball, while the movement in the box is equal to it. It's such good timing. What a goal.
Aitor Ruibal. The first period of extra time is over. 15 minutes left. Maybe after that, penalties, we'll see. So on we go here, and the players really have to dig deep. Well, they press them high, and here they come. Gakpo. And the Hornets are showing good width here. Can they forge ahead? Yes is the answer. And that could be oh so important. And good evening. It is a perfect night for football. The floodlights are shining down on the players as we speak. I'm Derek Brennan here with the microphone, and sitting alongside me is the former England international 6
teams will be well up for it, so hopefully we're in for a treat.
The whistle blows, we're off the first half of this Champions contest. And so the first 11 for Real. Iker Casillas begins in goal. Marcelo plays with Carvajal in the fullback positions. Harry Kewell starts with Ashley Young out wide. And in attack, Francesco Totti plays together with Gareth Bale. Can he put it away? Oh, a sensational stop!
Yeah, he didn't have long to react, did he? His reflexes are absolutely outstanding.
Unable to get himself back onside here.
He doesn't give him time to get back onside before playing the ball through.
He's in behind. And quite simply, a brilliant save.
Oh, just look how he closes the angle down, makes it really difficult, and that is a top save.
Trying his luck. Well, a powerful effort, but just wide. Camavinga. And the Hurricanes moving the ball forward here. What can they do from this position? Terrific save. Who's going to get on the end of it? And the keeper making sure nothing untoward happened. Totti. Oh dear, up a dead end. It was promising. Totti. Well, a pair of steady hands in evidence. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Well, it's turned into a bit of a slog out there.
Yeah, they're just rushing the passes a bit here. It's all a bit messy, isn't it?
Well, when you're making your 250th appearance for the club, you deserve to be recognised. And that's exactly what's happening here. Terrific player.
Yeah, he's such a valuable member of the squad. He's produced some great performances too, and I certainly enjoy watching him play. It's proved to be a good bit of business for them.
Well, clearing is away, but at the expense of a corner. And there's the delivery. And did well to deal with it. Chance maybe to use their counter-attacking ability to good effect. Lavelle. Attacking possibilities for Real. Well, made it look routine, but read it well. Can he put them in front? Oh, wow! Brilliant defending.
Oh, he got stuck in there, didn't he?
Wasteful again in possession. Young. Annoyingly, there it breaks down. Weir. In possession, Marcelo. It's a weighted pass, but the flag goes up offside.
Well, he's got to play the ball quicker for me. You can only hold your run for so long.
And Bale trying to open them up. Oh, and that is an audacious chip. Well, he might smile. The goalkeeper has no interest in smiling. Kashawi. Totti. And Real pushing to add to the lead. It'll be a corner. Trying to pick out a teammate. Oh, it looked really promising for them.
Yeah, really well organised off the ball there.
Valverde. Caroline Weir. And quick thinking defensively. support available. Opportunity to level it. Well worked by Kuhl. And Real couldn't hang on to the ball. And they need to get tighter here. And that's sloppy. Marcelo. Half-time break coming up soon with the Hurricanes chasing the game. How would you analyse their performance up to this point?
Yeah, a little bit off the pace for me. Seem to be losing those midfield battles, often second to the 50-50s, but obviously a goal in the next few minutes would change things.
Possibilities for them to counter. Inexplicably, it fizzled out. Young. Well, he's certainly not alone. Read it well. He's in behind. Oh, a magnificent save!
Yeah, he stayed composed and narrowed the angle well, just what was needed.
Well, he was under a bit of pressure, but he'll feel he should have done a bit better with the header. Young. Bale. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. Getting in there to intercept. Nice weight on the pass. The first half here comes to an end.
We are a month, just one single month into 2026. And honestly, guys, I'm not sure if I could take much more of this year already. I've already seen too much in January, gotta be honest. Because as it is being reported in numerous outlets, the government has finally released another batch of Epstein file documents. Sometimes lightly, sometimes heavily redacted. Of course, this dump has been a total of 3 million documents, including thousands and thousands and thousands of images and videos, as well as emails from Jeffrey Epstein himself. And there have been some very curious points of exposure. There's been some questionable stuff that we've learned about Elon Musk, Bill Gates, but I'm not just bringing this up to talk about politics, because there is at least one major relevant story to the music world coming out of this file dump, which was making waves on social media this weekend. Apparently Jay-Z and also Pusha T's names turn up in these documents. So I thought we would look at the doc in which their names turn up and see what exactly is going on. I want to say before we go any deeper into this video, this type of content for this channel is usually pretty difficult to do. It typically involves a lot of censorship and kind of dancing around literally the topics that we are discussing as a means of not getting these videos demonetized. Because frankly, for those of you who want me to be discussing these issues, if these videos aren't getting monetized, YouTube is not sharing them to you, regardless of how vital the information in them may be. So please just know if certain details are being edited or glossed over a little bit, it is not my intention to sort of downplay the severity of what is being discussed here. These documents are public record, and you are well within your right to look them up for yourselves and see what's in them too. In fact, I recommend that you do that and you not just simply trust any one single source or random people on the the internet to tell you what is in these files. Okay, so what has turned up here is in just this single 2-page file from the FBI, which I will read through now. It is described as having been logged in July 10th of July 2019. It came in at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time over the FBI National Threat Operations Center hotline. This person called to identify herself as a victim of Jeff and others. Now, before I go deeper into this, I do want to say that the information here was sent in via a call through a number where, when contacting the FBI, they have to take and they have to log all of this stuff legally because it is public information, even if it's not necessarily publicly available per se. It's the public information in terms of the government needs to own it and keep track of it. And the reason that's important is that there is a delineation between the nature of this and what we've broadly been discussing as Epstein files up till this point, meaning investigation-related documents the FBI collected while charging and convicting Jeff, which what we're reading here is not related to any investigation of the sort. Rather, it is a tip that, as far as I know, the FBI has not followed up on or have shown any further proof of investigating. But in approximately 1994, Blank revealed herself to Blank as a past victim of abuse by Jeff, described the abuse occurring during parties, further identified Blank as a friend of Blank. Again, the redactions. In approximately 1996, Blank resided with Blank in Blank. An unknown man abducted her from her home, whence she later awoke in the presence of Harvey Weinstein and Sean Carter, Jay-Z, while Weinstein had, I'm not going to read that out loud, but it does say here that she believed she was in Epstein's mansion in Florida. The victim estimated she was abducted on 7 occasions, awaking each time in an opulent indoor setting, not alleging it's the same setting, a different setting, or just different opulent indoor settings, or I don't know. Blank suffered from abuse on multiple of those occasions in which Epstein participated. Blank recalled Leon Black and William Barr, current United States Attorney General, being present during some of the occasions of abuse. In approximately 2006, Blank last recalled being abused by Epstein. Okay, so this is the first half and the section in which Jay-Z's name comes up. And while an allegation is an allegation is an allegation, what has me kind of skeptical here is the time frame in which Jay-Z is cropping up here. 1996, which is not the earliest point of his career, but early enough in terms of his studio album discography. He was barely having moved out of Marcy at that point, and his first record only sold like 43,000 copies. There's been a litany of debates going back and forth about like whether or not it would have been believable for Jay-Z to sort of have been in these kinds of circles way back in 1996, which I know the waters do get muddy a little bit because of how popular and massive Jay-Z is as a figure now. So as a result of that, it's kind of easy to almost like, you know, always imagine him in that frame when, I'll be real, regardless of what people want to say in terms of Jay-Z's relevance within hip-hop at that point, white people, specifically white people were not even having a hint of who Jay-Z was until Hard Knock Life dropped. That's just for real. I'll also note that years ago at this point, Jeffrey Epstein's Little Black Book, as we know it, that was packed full of celebrities and verified to be authentic, yeah, that leaked a while ago, and there were lots of celebrity names in that black book, obviously not all of which were involved in his crimes. But I noticed from what I see, Jay-Z's name is not in there anywhere. Again, on its face, the allegation, the story itself doesn't seem like the most outlandish in the world. What leaves me wondering is the lack of a paper trail or any sort of communications, because I mean, as the thousands of other documents that have dropped have shown, Jeffrey was in pretty regular contact with a lot of his most famous and successful and demanding associates. The idea that Jay-Z would be doing this, but his name wouldn't be getting thrown around, seems kind of strange to me. And in a way that's even kind of stranger for Pusha T, who turns up in this next page here. Same call, same allegation, just continued. So on each occasion in which this person was being abducted as well as taken advantage of, she believed she was drugged, clouding her memory, and attributed the drugging as frequently performed by persons assigned as handlers, whom she described as persons who established friendships with the victims. Among her handlers, Blank identified the artist Pusha T. Another allegation comes after this, but I want to address this part first, because it's very difficult to square given the specificity of this timeline here. Because again, the victim says that she was abducted 7 times between the years of basically 2006 and 1996. And within that period of time, at the beginning of which, keep in mind, Pusha T is a 19-year-old from Virginia. For an unspecified amount of times, Pusha T was drugging her and was also her handler. Again, it's not specified how many times Pusha T was involved in this process, but enough to be among these individuals who were seen as having established friendships with the victims. And again, that's just really confusing for me personally because I can't quite make sense of how this would work in the earlier portion of this timeline or even the latter portion. Because do I see Pusha T as a barely legal teenager from Virginia being a full-time or part-time trafficking handler on behalf of Jeff Epstein? That I don't know. But even deeper into the 2000s, at the height of Clips's popularity and success, I have a difficult time making sense of this too. And again, maybe it wouldn't if the allegation were merely, oh, you know, Pusha T was among the many celebrities that Epstein was involved with during that time. But no, the handler framing makes it seem almost as if he's like working for him. You want me to believe that Pusha T, while being one half of Clips and kind of building up this fledgling rap career, is a part-time, full-time handler for Epstein? So again, while obviously turning up in this file dump has me like, you know, really worrying and really concerned, simultaneously the idea of Pusha T in this portion of his life finding the time to serve in this role for Jeff, while also doing it and leaving basically no paper trail, no communications of Jeff to him back and forth in this recent dump anyway, again, has me kind of wondering. It's after this another allegation comes, and the alleged victim says that she had another run-in with Pusha T, which also included Harvey Weinstein at a 2007 party. This particular occurrence seems to have nothing to do with Epstein, at least from the framing of this document. She just so happens to have been invited to a party by an unknown man. Pusha T and Weinstein were there, according to the allegation. She was drugged, taken advantage of. And I feel like this portion of the allegations is maybe a little bit easier to swallow, maybe because it doesn't involve anything other than a single encounter, like not an ongoing claim of some sort of handler type employment. But also, especially considering how well connected Harvey Weinstein was and how open he was about who he knew and who he commiserated with and who he worked with and who was like, you know, a part of his circle of collaborators and so on and so forth. Do we have any info on whether or not Pusha T even knew Harvey Weinstein? The alleged victim also says that she believes she was basically under surveillance and stalked at the direction of people involved in the abuse. It is also said that she confirms that she was not diagnosed with any mental illness, but again, that's by her account. And also says she refused to provide a physical address, advising that she maintained no permanent address. Rather, she moved between staying at different hotels. Look, a lot of people coming into this video are going to be curious as to what my personal assessment of all of this is, what it means. And let it be known, I'm not a fucking FBI investigator. If I was, I probably would have looked into this immediately to the best of my abilities to see whether there was any validity in it or not. But as it currently stands, this has me concerned, but I'm also kind of skeptical because there are also no corroborating images, videos, or emails citing anything in this allegation, or even that there was a direct line of communication or even an indirect line of communication between Jay-Z and Jeff and Pusha T and Jeff. Because as some of these emails indicate too, sometimes Jeff was having discussions with others through a third party. I will also say, given our recent video on Michael Jackson with respect to these documents, there is reason to question and wonder about the motives of the government when dropping certain pieces of documentation that involve celebrity names with regards to Epstein, because often that can have the effect of distracting people from the biggest names in the files, and also how many times Trump turns up in the files yet again, because obviously for a lot of internet users, it's way more fun to talk about celebrities, even when in that previous document dump, there were images that involved Michael Jackson that had nothing to do with Epstein in there, and were clearly worked in as a means of making Michael the story here. And while I don't think that's the same play that's being executed here, I do think there is an intentional muddying of the waters when you dump all of this documentation at once and basically act as if these images or photos of Jeff with victims or maybe people who he was connected with at this time, treating that as if it has the same level of significance as a hotline tip that there was no further investigation on and no corroborating evidence on. I'm just going to have different reads on those two things. I will also say I'm interested to see how Jay-Z or Pusha T respond to all of this, especially given that in recent years when allegations such as these have come up with regard to Jay-Z, he has been quite litigious. It would be kind of surprising to me if he did not attack this allegation with the same viciousness. And the final thing I want to say before I close this video out, the way in which this document and the story of this alleged victim here has been cynically weaponized in, of course, Stan Wars. Yes, people who already had a reason in their minds to hate Pusha T and hate Jay-Z because he made a diss track against Drake a decade ago at this point. When you have tubs of shit like Los Pollos tweeting this story out. Oh, man, that was me, that Pusha T When morons like that are coalescing so quickly around a story like this, it just reads as a little desperate and transparent. Like, I'm sorry, no, I don't wholeheartedly believe that the OV-ho fan base who watched Champagne Papi cheer for the freedom of Tory Lanez after he shot Meghan. No, I don't believe that fan base cares about the well-being of women. And look, even without an Epstein connection, hip-hop and the music industry at large has had issues along these lines for years. Jay-Z for years had pretty close connections with R. Kelly, and even more figures have been closely connected to Diddy, be it through their personal life or their music. I mean, even Push. So look, guys, I'm not coming on here to say like, oh, there's no reason to question anything. There's no reason to be concerned about, various allegations going on within the music industry. For sure, absolutely, positively there is. But is this particular document here like, setting off alarm bells in my head? Not fully. But there could be corroborating information coming out on the way, given that this is making the kind of buzz and headway that it is as a story. We'll just have to see. So as of right now, I'm going to leave it there. Over here next to my head is another video that you guys can check out. Hit that up or the link to subscribe to the channel. Anthony Fantano, forever.
I got another sales call and now, and I can't even remember the customer's name.
His name is Kevin, and my name is your name. I'm future you, the you who uses the AI sales agent from Otter AI.
1-0 then as we get started again. De Rossi. Teeing up the chance now. Can he finish? And another! 2 goals in a matter of minutes. No wonder they're celebrating. Incredible! Running hard. And Dragons come away with the ball. Caroline Graham-Hansen. And the Dragons have lost it now. Really solid defending. And the defender saw the chance to stop them and took it.
That's really good awareness there, wasn't it?
What a chance here.
Welcome once again to The Daily Show. My name is Jon Stewart. We have got a great one for you tonight. Writer Heather Ann Thompson is going to be out here to discuss her new book about Bernie Goetz and the rebirth of white rage, which I didn't know had died. But thank you all for coming out tonight here in New York. It is, it is the 10th day in a row that we have been below freezing temperatures. And all I can say is, oh, sorry, folks, you get what you vote for. That's right. Oh, Comrade Mamdani, been in for less than a month, and we're already Siberia. It is unusually cold. But the big news, of course.
We begin with the breaking news that the Justice Department has begun releasing millions more documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Yep, it's Groundhog Day. We call it that. We call it Groundhog Day because this is the day when Donald Trump sees Epstein's shadow, and we get 6 more weeks of not knowing who any of the co-conspirators are in this multinational sex trafficking case, and also because Punxsutawney Phil is all over the files. Is that to scale by any chance? That may be the biggest groundhog. They literally look like, they actually look like they could be friends. And Punxsutawney Phil. The point I'm trying to make is the Epstein Files thing. We've been through this.
Donald Trump revelations about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
The MAGA fault line seems to be widening from a fracture.
Breaking news. A big break. Republicans breaking with Trump on Epstein. The dam could potentially be breaking here with MAGA.
The beginning of the end of the Trump presidency.
After 1 million more documents in the Epstein files were discovered last week, will this fracture become a lasting, irreversible break?
I'm going to go with no. God, you guys are adorable. The chances of this breaking MAGA are actually worse than Trump just lowering the age of consent to be done with the whole thing. Which is not... I didn't say we were doing it. Which is not to say there isn't awful shit in this new Epstein dump. It was a veritable who's who of who you imagine wanted someone to touch their hoo-hoo. Allegedly, Lutnick, Bannon, Musk, Summers, Gates, Clinton, Tish, Melania, the guy who directed Melania, Prince Andrew, and Sir Richard Branson. I don't think any of us will ever masturbate again. That is... And of course, the star of our show, Donald Josephine Trump.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI...
whose thousands of mentions render Trump as kind of a necessary backdrop through the entirety of the Epstein files, kind of like New York City in a Woody Allen movie, which coincidentally is apropos because he's also in the files. And of course, to get ahead of the story, I am also in the files. We all searched our names, right? You guys didn't search your name? Dude, all right, well, yeah, no, I know. Whatever. I am in the files. All right, this is actually true. I take you to the scene. It is midnight, August 29th, 2015. Jeffrey Epstein lies wide awake, his mind turning with ideas. He jots a quick note to a producer named Barry Josephson saying, I suggested to Woody. Y'all know which Woody, right? It's the Epstein files. It ain't Harrelson. Or the cowboy from Toy Story. You know which Woody we're talking about. Quote, I suggested to Woody that he do an exclusive new stand-up routine for either Apple TV or Amazon. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein always had his finger on the pulse of what America was clamoring for in 2015. But Barry Josephson, thinking like the out-of-the-box television professional that he was, pitched this idea. This is true. Quote, make a true biographical experience with his stand-up being the capper. Somebody like Jon Stewart could host/narrate the biographical part. Excuse me? I am offended. Somebody like Jon Stewart? Or Jon Stewart? My point is, do I have the offer, or is this an audition? Perhaps the more extensive references were reserved for members of the billionaire class who traveled in Epstein's circles, including the billionairiest of them all.
New emails from billionaire Elon Musk and Epstein coordinating a possible visit to the financier's infamous island.
Elon says, do you have any parties planned? I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose.
I'm sorry, I hate to do this. Can we zoom in on the email on that, please? Christmas Day? You're asking if Jeff Epstein's got any parties planned on the island on Christmas Day? I mean, look, Christmas is tense time. We've all had that feeling, trapped in the house with the in-laws and 14 to 16 of our children over the holidays. But generally, Elon, the wanderlust doesn't really hit till the 28th or the 29th. But Christmas morning? You emailed Epstein Christmas. Dearest Jeffrey. I've just seen the joy in all my children's faces as they opened their gifts. Get me the out of here. And ever since those revelations, Elon has been, how do the kids say it, crashing out. He's posted about the Epstein files more than 85 times over the last 2 days. Oddly enough, mostly on Blue Sky. And if I may, Elon, slow down, brother. You got to make some time for tweeting about the white genocide, too. Life's a balance. But this is obviously important to Elon, so all right, give us the best argument for your innocence.
Musk denies any wrongdoing, writing over the weekend, if I actually wanted to spend my time partying with young women, it would be trivial for me to do so without the help of a creepy loser like Epstein.
I could do what Epstein does on my own. Is not the moral clarity we were expecting here. But my favorite part of the Musk-Epstein emails, you ever have a friend where you don't really share the same sense of humor, but you share the same interests? And they shared the same interests?
Epstein writes him and says, any plans for New York? The opening of the General Assembly of the UN has many interesting people coming to the House.
Many interesting people, Elon. Get it?
Elon replies, I run and lead product design engineering for 2 complicated companies. Flying to New York to see UN diplomats do nothing would be an unwise use of time.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey, could you make it a little more obvious for your friend?
To which Jeffrey Epstein replies, do you think I am retarded? Just kidding. There is no one over 25 and all very cute.
What the We've all had that friend. Why would I go to the bathroom with you to go skiing? Skiing is an outdoor sport requiring a mountain and equipment and... Oh. I see. Now, another big name in the files is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, which in itself is not big news because since Lutnick admitted that he met Epstein in 2005 and then said he immediately cut off all contact. You know what? I won't. Let me let him tell the story.
I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Shiatsu or like a deep tissue or a lomi? His dick. I'm sorry. It's about. I apologize. It's okay. Yeah. And he's talking about a dick massage. Go to the bathroom to go skiing. Okay, dick massage. Understood. Carry on with the story.
And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house.
Wait a second. Hold on. You live 6 steps from Jeffrey Epstein? 6 steps. Jeffrey Epstein's house was 6 steps. That's how up housing is in New York City. Even billionaires don't get to live more than 6 steps away from each other. Imagine how the rest of us live in this habit trail hellhole. I'm sorry. Anyway, carry on.
And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's how you and your wife decided. Yes. No. Your wife and you were both outraged. You walked out of there like, honey, that guy, what a creepo. I mean, to think there's a guy with massage tables and a sex swing in a dildo room just 6 steps from our house. I mean, believe me, honey, you'll never catch me commuting to Palace Avenue ever again. Right, honey? You trust me, right, honey? And so he never returned. Until...
Files released today show that Howard Lutnick tried to meet or call with Epstein several times after 2005.
Yes, Jeffrey, it's me, Howard Lutnick. I'm on your stoop right now. I just want to remind you, sir, I am disgusted and appalled and have a tremendous amount of tension in my trapezius muscle. You wouldn't happen to know the right kind of massage? My balls hurt. My my one-man show called Lutnick on the Stoop. By the way, it wasn't just Republicans in this email dump. You had Bill Clinton, pictures having his cake and ogling it too. Economist Larry Summers, seeing if someone was available to rub his Phillips curve. Look it up. And Bill Gates apparently getting gonorrhea from a Russian hooker. Allegedly. Yeah, f***ing true. God damn it, Clippy! Not now! Clippy! You're not helping! F***ing Clippy. All these names, all these emails, images, and videos. What do they amount to?
Lots of additional pictures and documents, but there is nothing in the Epstein files released today that shows anyone new can be prosecuted.
Well, of course, no, of course they can't be. It's completely believable that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are solely responsible for supposedly KGB and Mossad billion-dollar multinational sex trafficking ring. It's really a mom-and-pop operation. I think that's pretty clear. I mean, you've already seen the millions of documents that the FBI has worked on for months to flag mentions of Donald Trump. I'm sure the 2.5 million remaining documents that we haven't seen will be no different, right? Trump, lawyer, and also guy in charge of files that might implicate Donald Trump.
This review is over.
Okay, well, I'm satisfied. That's fine. No further questions? Look, man, we always knew that the people at DOJ releasing these documents weren't on a fact-finding mission. They were running interference. And the guy they're running interference for seems very satisfied with these results.
Plane leaves in a week.
Where's my passport?
Last-minute passport panic? Apply online. Fast. No stress. We've got your...
I didn't see it myself, but I was told by some very important people that not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, the radical left.
I'm totally innocent. I mean, look at me. Do I look like the kind of a guy who would fly around on a billionaire sex plane? None of these dudes. They've been on the plane. They've been on the island. They've been to his house. They've given him creepy cards with pubic hair. They've been accused by a multitude of women of a multitude of wrongdoings, and nothing has happened to any of them. Any of them. Oh, except Prince Andrew. Oh, Prince Andrew, stripped of the title Prince. Ooh, such a penalty. Now it's just Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Ooh, one more time, buddy, and you'll be busted down to Andy Mountbatten Windsor. I gotta be honest. I'm just not sure anybody is going to be held accountable for any of this.
Have nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And in fact, if you look at the DOJ, they announced, they released 3 million pages. It's like this is all they're supposed to be doing. And frankly, the DOJ, I think, should just say, we have other things to do.
And boy, does the DOJ have other things to do. Looking into this decades-long sex trafficking network for the rich and powerful is stopping the DOJ from getting the people who really deserve to be punished.
If you are here illegally, you gotta go. Why? Because you're breaking the law.
No one is above the law.
This creates a two-tiered system.
There's no accountability, there's no enforcement. It breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come.
I want sanctuary city policy to end.
But yeah, no, you're right. We got to end the two-tiered system of accountability. And to quote Lindsey Graham there, sanctuary city policies have to end. Well, after watching the politically well-connected skirt any form of legal accountability for horrible f***ing crimes, it seems pretty clear to me that there is a sanctuary city in this country. But guess what? This kid don't live in it. The real sanctuary city is where money and power protect you from the consequences of sex trafficking, or influence peddling, or taking $500 million and giving away America's AI infrastructure. Not the small Midwestern city where trying to help a lady get up after she gets maced gets you shot in the back of the f***ing head. That's the real sanctuary city. And these are the motherfuckers who live there. Give me the right picture. Yeah.
Vinicius Jr. Haaland. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. It's played in now. Still trouble here. And not the end to the move they were looking for. And some room here for Ribery. And stopped in their tracks with a change in possession. Oh, could regret that. Rodri. And the defender saw the chance to stop them and took it. Yeah, right place at the right time there. Good defending. Setting up the chance. And that's that. The flag's up. This could be dangerous. The attack broken up. Haaland. Good ball. Decent looking attack this. Haaland. Oh, great work. What's next? And they've got it away. Incredible defending. Rodri. Space now to get a crossover. Some good work to win it there. To take the lead. And they have the lead. Only moments ago they were behind. Strap yourselves in. We've got one heck of a game to enjoy. There's something developing here. And the promise of something happening is over. Does anybody want to make a challenge here? And what a challenge! Superb defending, wasn't it? They could level it here. It's there! That didn't last long. They're back level already. Moving forward under no real pressure. This might be promising. Looks a good ball. Found superbly and in. Welcome along to the evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great mood. Joining me, Guy Mowbray, for commentary is the midfielder turned expert analyst Stuart Robson. And we have a live Champions match for you. What are we going to get from this one?
Well, they need the 3 points here today. They were disappointed last time out, but I think they've got some good players who might just turn it on here. This will be an interesting game, that's for sure.
And the first half of this Champions encounter is off and running. This is how the hosts line up. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Antonio Rudiger in central defence. Pedri plays alongside Frenkie de Jong in central midfield. And the team's main striker is Iñaki Williams. An infringement spotted, free kick. This is how the visitors start the game.
Well, it's great to see both teams using wingers. It's now just a case of which team...
He's in here. And we haven't had to wait long for the opening goal. It's 1-0. It's 1-0 as the game restarts. This could get interesting. The attack is over.
Well, that's how to defend the edge of your box.
Lamine Yamal. Put into the middle. He'll have to be quick. A warm welcome. Thanks for joining us for another game live on TV. I'm Guy Mowbray, and it's a pleasure to be joined by the commentary box. And today we bring you champions. What can we expect of the game?
Points here today. They were disappointed, but I think they've got some good players who might just turn it on here. This will be an interesting game, that's for sure.
And with that, the first half of this Champions match is underway. Here's how the home side lines up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Haaland! It's 1-0! The first blow struck very early. 1-0 then as we get started again. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Aurelien Chouameni. On to Rodrigo. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over.
Well, they certainly got their defensive shape absolutely right there.
Well, this is a really special game for her today as she reaches two worth a go. And it's saved and held. Cristiano Ronaldo. A lovely, incisive ball. The defence quick to snatch it back.
he's so highly regarded, and that's why he just makes so many good saves.
More defensive work to do here. No way through, possession lost. Vinicius Junior. Free kick given, and this is the sort of area you want it given. He's done well to get past. Oh, a last-ditch tackle clears it away.
That was last-ditch defending at its very best.
Griezmann just needs the composure now. Save, but not clear. Well, it was looking good, but there it's ended.
Well, they're creating chances. They now just need to take one of them. Mind you, what a save that was.
And intent now on having another go quickly. The pressure continues. That was a really good spot. Erling Haaland. The press works, now to push forward. Griezmann. Fabregas. The Hurricanes regain possession. Goes for goal! But it's only resulted in a fairly routine save. Chouameni. And that's where it ends. Nice rhythm to Hurricanes attacking play here. And there's another one! Valuable breathing space for them now. 2-0 then, as we get started again. Griezmann. This could be threatening. Now for the fight back. Really well done. This could lead to something. Ronaldo. There it is. A lifeline in this game. And surely momentum is with them now. Incredible. Turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. Haaland, and the tackle spot on. Cristiano Ronaldo. Griezmann now. Oh, great work. What's next? Open goal. It's in, and it was always going to go in, with nobody in the way. Fabregas. A bit too eager there, free kick given. Well, it's a poor ball, giving possession back cheaply. Well, here we go, time for the transition. Well, no doubt about that, offside the call. Really good bit of work. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Going up through the gears now. And the promise of something happening is over. Vinicius Junior! It's in! That gives them the lead, and well deserved, you have to say.
Well, let's look at this again, because the transition when the ball changes hands is so quick. And then the shot is emphatic. He strikes it with such power, the keeper has no time to react. What a good finish.
Chouameni. Griezmann now. A quick whistle from the referee, foul given. Patrick Guijarro.
Erling Haaland. Promising position, this. Now, surely. Oh, they scored again. The game had only just restarted after the last one. 4-2 the score then as we kick off once more. Rodrigo. Griezmann now. Oh, wrong colour shirt, I'm afraid. Yeah, they've got to pass it better than that. And that whistle brings the first half to a close. We're back underway. 45 more minutes to come. Making decent progress here. They're in here. And a magnificent save. Yeah, good positioning, excellent speed off the line, and a top-class stop. Brilliant stuff. Well, they could still do something here. Oh, superb reflexes. Delivered into the box. And that's gone out for a goal kick. Fabregas. Nico Williams. Nicely played. Now for the finish. On his own with only the keeper to beat, but he's missed it. Well, he decided to go for power, but he's got to hit the target there. Patrick Guijarro. That's a good ball. Ball lost and the chance gone. Now, this might be promising. The effort shut out. Well, you won't see too many better blocks than that. Aurelien Tchouameni. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Ronaldo. Tchouameni. What a chance here. Goes for the chip. And he's beaten the keeper with a lovely little dink. A finish of real confidence. Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. And that's two for him today. A superb performance. They can't contain him. So the game restarts after a much-needed pause for breath. Hope you're keeping up with all this. Out of play, throw in. Vinicius Junior. Guijarro. Here we go! Well, there's another, and they're running away with it now. It's become a question. question of just how many they'll get. Schlotterbeck. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Rodrigo. Now Tonali. Kimmich. He's in there. It's in. A well-taken goal. And no wonder he's off celebrating. Tonali. Now with Kimmich. Read the pass well and cuts it out. If they go now, there could be a break on. Haaland! Across the dead ball line for a corner. Nico Williams. Well, this is looking better with every stride. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Rodrigo. And the attack is over. Really good defending. And this is a positive move from Hurricanes. Vinicius Junior. Oh, excellent work. That was a real chance. Kimmich. The Hurricanes come away with it. Really good pass. Oh, super challenge. He stopped a certain goal. Erling Haaland. The Hurricanes need to take more care of the ball. Williams. Decent looking attack, this. Perfectly anticipated, really well won. Now there could be an opportunity to counter. This is an excellent run. He's in here. And 2 becomes 3 as he completes his hat-trick. A superb performance. So the ball rolling again, but it's not rolled their way all game. Kimmich. Could be setting something now. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Tonali. Struggling to keep it here. Five minutes left now. Lionel Messi. Just needs the composure now. And the keeper right behind it. Yeah, made it really difficult for the striker. Top-class goalkeeping. Oh, that lacked all the required control. It's a disappointing effort. No sign of stopping yet. And that's where it ends. Oh, look at this. Away they go on the counter. It's a really good break, this. Real opportunity. So quick. A charge forward, but the keeper's reaction's even quicker. Fantastic counter-attack and a very good save at the end of it. Brilliant. Great save. You're absolutely right. What a save that is. He's reacted so quickly. And the corner is fired in. And the goalkeeper gathers the ball in easily. So that will do it. A disappointing result, whichever way you slice it. Your thoughts on that performance?
That just wasn't good enough today. A lack of a game plan, too many players below par, and not enough energy all around the pitch. A really worrying performance for me.
Hi, my name is Tami, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider.
Apparently, Andrew Schultz is kind of sorry. He is sorry for his support of the Nazi for the last election. He apologized accidentally bolstering the fascist. So let's see what he has to say here. Let's take a look.
They're doing things that objectively, I don't care which side of the aisle you're on, objectively are unconstitutional. So no matter which side of the aisle, you would like to uphold the Constitution a little bit, right? Like you can't go enter someone's home without a warrant, and not some like federal administrative bullshit warrant that they're trying to like skirt around in.
Yeah.
You cannot enter someone's home without an actual warrant. I think it's like
the Judicial Amendment Fourth.
It's the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah,
exactly. So like, and they're just entering homes. Dude, I saw them arrest somebody for having an accent, and the ICE agent that arrested him had an accent. Yeah. Did you see that video? And the guy was like, "You got an accent too."
He either watched that Legal Eagle video about the Fourth Amendment and how they're saying administrative warrants count to go into houses even though they need a judicial warrant. He either saw that video or my video where we discussed that. But that's something now that everybody's talking about is they're just lying. ICE is just lying and saying we can come in your house with this warrant, but it's not a real warrant. It's a fake warrant. It's like ICE giving themselves permission to go in, which violates the Fourth Amendment. So he either saw my video or the Legal Eagle video. Or maybe somebody else talked about it that I didn't see. But look, I'm happy to hear him saying this. He's not done yet, though. Let's keep going. Let's see what else he's got for us.
Let's talk about what happened in Minneapolis. ICE murdered an American citizen in cold blood, and then the Trump administration called him a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like plain and simple.
Yeah.
I see the administration trying to spin it, and it's fucking disgusting. It's like they didn't even have a moment where they're like, hey, we're reviewing the footage, we're gonna try to see what's really happening. All of them, Trump and all the cronies, put out collective statements that immediately blamed an American citizen that was exercising his First and Second Amendment rights. Right? He has a right to protest, he has a right to carry a firearm, he's a legal gun owner, right? There's no question about this whatsoever. And the administration immediately comes out and they try to gaslight the public, which you cannot do when we have 15 different videos of what happened. And
it is what they do, though.
But that is what they do.
Yeah.
And I think that governments have probably been doing this for centuries, millennia, and now you have a public that is armed with phones and we can see what actually fucking happened, and you're not gonna just lie to us, plain and simple.
What you're going to see, guys, is as time goes by, there's going to be no middle ground. Either the cult wants you all in, totally shut off your mind, don't believe your lying eyes, just nod along in agreement and hop on board with us. It's either going to be that, or it's going to be slowly but surely shedding more and more people until MAGA gets down to its actual floor, which could be anywhere between 25% and 33%. Right now, we're at 36, 37%, right? But we're talking about getting down to 25%, 28%, thereabouts. And it looks like the more they do, the more they lie, the more they're out over their skis, the more they smear dead Americans who they murdered, the more people go, oh, hey, yo, did I sign up for this? I don't know if I signed up for this one, y'all. All right, he's still not done, though. Let me give you more. Here he is with Charlemagne on their show, Brilliant Idiots, I believe is the name. Let's see what he says here.
Look, I know I had Trump on the podcast, and I'm
Stop explaining that.
No, but let me just clarify, because I think it is important to say.
That's interesting. Why is Charlemagne trying to get him to not discuss this? Huh. I would think Charlemagne would be like, yeah, bitch, apologize. I would think Charlemagne would be like, yeah, don't you have something to say to the people? Don't you have something to say about how you're sorry and you fucked up and next time I won't fuck up that bad?
No, and I'm
Stop explaining that.
No, but let me just clarify, because I think it is important to say, like, I know how I had him on the podcast, and when I'm talking out about this, I'm not doing it to, like, get people to be like, oh, he's a good guy or whatever like that, or trying to get anybody on my side. I understand that this is a horrific event that happened. I objectively want to talk about it.
I gotta be honest, man. Andrew, you know how it comes across? When you had on Trump and you guys were giggling with him and chuckling with him and shooting the shit and having like an easy interview and not really asking any tough questions, when you had him on, you were surfing the vibes online. It was very fashionable in that moment online to be with Trump, to be like, oh, we feel like edgy outsiders and we feel like we're supporting the guy that the system doesn't want us to support. So we're gonna ride those vibes. I'm gonna be a vibe monger and hop on the Trump train. And so the same thing that led you to effectively help Trump during the election is the same thing that's leading you now to go, I don't know about all this, dog. I'm gonna tiptoe out of the room slowly. In other words, the vibes have shifted. The energy has shifted. Everybody feels the same thing, that, oh my God, this is horrific. This is fascism. This is imperialism. This is colonialism. This is the most corrupt regime I've ever seen. They don't give a fuck about regular people. Unemployment's out of control. Inflation's out of control. Over 30% of the entry-level jobs have been replaced by ChatGPT. The economy's turned into shit. We're in a serious amount of trouble. And so now the vibes online are, fuck Trump, fuck MAGA, fuck everybody who was on the Trump train. And so now you, because your job is being a comedian, your job is being an entertainer, your job is to be a public figure, and what you're good at is, which way is the wind blowing? Let me take the temperature of the room. Let me try to readjust and recalibrate, because I don't want to be left behind. I don't want to be ignored. I don't want to be in the dustbin of history because I wasn't able to adjust with the vibes. And so you rode the vibes when it was pro-Trump. Now you're trying to ride the vibes that it's anti-Trump. That's how it feels to me. That's how it feels to me, okay? And people might have different reactions to him. Some might say, okay, whatever, I accept what he's saying now. And some might say, hey, fuck you, man. You need a real fucking accounting for what you did and how you helped fascism rise in this country. There's going to be different reactions, but let's hear the rest of it.
I understand that this is a horrific event that happened. I objectively want to talk about it. I'm not trying to like win anybody over in this.
You understand? You know the difference between right and wrong.
There's a difference between right and wrong, and there's a difference between like respecting and honoring the Constitution, the backbone of our country, and then completely shredding it. And this is completely shredding it. And now they're realizing that people have noticed it, and now they're trying to backtrack it. But
by the way, he's been wiping his ass with the Constitution.
Sure.
And I've been on record a million times saying like when he said we should terminate the Constitution to overthrow the results of an election, shit like that got to be disqualifying if you're running for president.
Charlemagne, let's stick on that for just a second, bro. Trump said that before he went on Andrew Schultz's show. Let me repeat that. Trump said we should terminate the Constitution before he went on Andrew Schultz's show. Did Andrew Schultz ask him about that? Did Andrew Schultz hold him accountable about that? Did Andrew Schultz say to his face, you know, that's pretty much disqualifying and nobody who says something like that should ever be president again? Is that what happened? No, they didn't do that. He didn't talk about that. So that's why a lot of people are going to struggle to listen to Andrew Schultz now and go, okay, I accept where you're coming from now. Because how can they trust you? How can they? It's not like, and this is the thing that drives us crazy, liberals and leftists. It's not like y'all motherfuckers weren't warned. You were warned times 1,000. You were warned times 1,000. We were over there screaming through a motherfucking bullhorn saying Trump is a fucking sewage pig. Trump is disgusting. Trump is a fascist, imperialist, warmonger, corrupt goon. He's a criminal, 34 times convicted felon, charged with 91 different crimes. The stuff that this dude did just in the first term. Because I know second term now, shit is totally off the rails. But in the first term, there was plenty of shit there that I was warning about and other people were warning about. And you had people in the Rogan sphere and the podcast sphere who just didn't care, didn't research it, didn't care, didn't know, didn't think about it, and just rode the vibes. And that's the problem, is that, as Charlemagne said here, Trump Ben said we should terminate the Constitution to get my ass back in office, even though I lost the 2020 election. I want to be put in the office and Biden kicked out. So we should terminate the Constitution to make that happen. And that was not brought up. It was not brought up by Andrew Schultz. It was not brought up by fucking Joe Rogan. It was not brought up by Tim Dillon to J.D. Vance. It wasn't fucking brought up. And so the liberals and the leftists, as per usual, we were right too early. Sorry, we were the buzzkill. We were the ones who weren't fun. We were the ones who were swimming against the tide. But we were right too soon. And now what I think people want to hear is people like Andrew Schultz go, hey, you know what? The liberals and the leftists were 100% correct, and they deserve their flowers. I apologize. I was wrong. Here's a full accounting of how I was wrong. And oh yeah, by the way, shout out to the liberals and the leftists who are warning everybody from the top of their lungs that we're fucking ignored every single step of the way.
I know that there are people sounding the alarms about this. When I saw these last few weeks in Minnesota, I didn't think it was possible to happen in the United States of America. I'm being 100% serious.
To white people?
No, to anybody.
But you've seen it happen to black people.
Exactly. Yes, to white people.
It's okay to say that.
No,
it is. But it's okay to say that.
I don't. I mean, I didn't know that this was possible to happen in the United States of America. And what I'm specifically talking about with this situation here, and like not only this one, but also what we've seen ICE doing, like entering homes without warrants, like arresting people. It is unconstitutional. And they've done this weird thing where like they have like a federally administrative warrant, which is some bullshit. It doesn't even allow you to actually have access into a home. Yeah, they're trying to find ways around the system. And what that says to me, when you're willing to shred the Constitution to preserve it's not only your power, but your ideas of what should happen, it is incredibly un-American.
But here's the thing. They were holding up signs that said mass deportations at the RNC. And the only way, this is a super important point, I hope everybody understands it, the only way you can actually do mass deportations, the only way, is to round up people who are not criminals, who are not felons, who are perhaps undocumented but have been here for a decade and they work a steady job and they raise their family and they're members of the community and they go to church and whatever, right? That's the only way you can do mass deportations. Trump very famously accused Haitian immigrants of eating cats and dogs. Now, that was a total lie, but there was a part of that story that people overlooked. Those Haitian immigrants are legal immigrants. So you can't now look around and go, damn, they're doing a lot of things. I can't believe they're doing some of these things that they said they were going to fucking do. They said mass deportations. That means we're not just going after criminals. We're not just going after criminals. They were targeting legal immigrants with his rhetoric during the election, and then they target legal immigrants now. Okay? There were signs, and again, you were warned, and you didn't listen. So what people actually want from somebody like Andrew Schultz is literally a mea culpa. I apologize. Here's exactly how I got it wrong. Let me explain to you what I was thinking, why that's wrong, why my critics were correct. That's what you got to do. But I don't think that's going to happen. Now, to be fair to him, though, because I do want to be fair, he is going above and beyond. Like, fucking Joe Rogan is still lost in the fucking wilderness. Like, at least Andrew Schultz has been going around now saying, oh, shit, like 95% of the people they're rounding up are not violent, criminal, undocumented immigrants. Yeah, exactly what we've been fucking warning about, right? Rogan's still out there fucking riding the Trump regime. Why? Because he texts Trump all the time. He texts J.D. Vance all the time. He texts Elon Musk all the time. Fucking Trump and Vance were just outed in the fucking Epstein files in the most embarrassing way possible. And now, I guarantee you, Rogan is still going to ride for them. Right? So some of these people are just gone. They're gone mentally. There's no hope for them whatsoever. Andrew has done better than a lot of other people that were in this position. But in order for us to know you're not going to fuck up like this again, there needs to be a full accounting. There needs to be a full accounting. And I'm still waiting for everybody to come out and tell the truth, which is liberals were right, leftists were right. If anything, the only criticism of us that's legitimate, if anything, is that nobody was as hyperbolic as we needed to be about Trump. I knew it was going to be bad. I was sounding the alarm. I was warning everybody. But even I couldn't wrap my mind around the extent of the plunge into fascism and imperialism and colonialism and corruption, like the total destruction of anything and everything that was positive about this government in just a fucking year. So that's our only problem, is that we weren't hyperbolic enough, is what I would say. But there you have it, guys. Put in the comment section. Tell me.
Well, conditions are getting better here tonight. A very warm welcome to you this fine evening. I'm Guy Mowbray, joined by Stuart Robson. Today we have the brilliant Chelsea's finale. What are your expectations?
They just haven't been consistent enough. Too many poor performances, and that comes down to their game plan, or should I say, a lack of one.
Ref's whistle blows, and the battle begins. This champions match.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to got.
And breaking news tonight, it's major news for Haitian Americans in the United States and here in South Florida. For now, temporary protective status will not end for thousands of Haitians. A judge ruled today to postpone TPS.
NBC6's Nico Clemens is live in North Miami. And Nico, you talk with Haitian Americans tonight about what this means for them. What are they saying?
Well, Joandrina, you know we have a large community here in South Florida for months, scared and frustrated. Well, after tonight, and at least for now, they say they don't have to worry about what's going to happen to them, what's going to happen to their children, their families, at least for now. The decision came down a day before TPS was supposed to expire. And many Haitians we talked with tonight say, yes, while it's a positive step in the right direction, it's not the end.
It's like a breath of fresh air.
Nora Massenat is breathing a sigh of relief.
Life for me would be completely different. I would almost have to start all over in a place that I don't even know.
Massenat and her parents moved to the United States from Haiti when she was just 3 years old. She doesn't remember anything about where she was born, but she says there was a possibility that she would have had to go back if it wasn't for a pivotal decision Monday night. A federal judge postponed the termination of protected immigration status for hundreds of thousands of Haitians in the U.S. That includes Massenat and many other Haitians living in South Florida.
It's been really stressful, different ways of anxiety, but in the midst of everything, we've been trying to stay hopeful, trusting that, God will make a way, and today he did.
Temporary protected status was supposed to end Tuesday, a day Massenat feared for weeks.
It would have completely changed life for me because at that moment I would have been without a status, which would I wouldn't be able to work. I wouldn't be able to drive anymore. Life would be drastically different.
See, TPS allows foreigners to remain in the U.S. when they can't return to their own country safely. It often applies to countries experiencing war, natural disasters, or other dangers.
They can remain here legally. They can work in the United States, and they cannot be detained by ICE. This is a big deal.
Franley Julian is a board member for the Haitian Lawyers Association. He says hundreds of people called his office Monday uncertain about the future.
We've had word as well that they had positioned officers in Key West to start picking up Haitians in the area.
A relief. However, many like Massenat knows the fight is far from over.
This is just one battle, and we're still working on the war, but we're glad that at this moment we can take that extra sigh of relief and that God is still in the midst of working a solution for us.
We're here in North Miami, and tomorrow we're going to hear from North Miami and other community leaders about this decision. Nico Clemens, NBC6 News.
Scribe is how 4 million people turn processes into step-by-step guides. The hardest part of any job, I don't care where you work, is answering the same questions over and over. You're going to want to see this. That's why there's Scribe. Go to scribehal.com. Click capture, do the task once, and Scribe makes a step-by-step.
Burleson, and thank you for calling this hearing today on such an important subject. Stable housing should be the essential foundation upon which families in America can build a good life. But housing is not affordable in this country. Especially my generation has pretty much given up hope of ever being able to have stable housing since the cost is high to purchase a home, and the rising cost of rent, student debt, healthcare, and everyday expenses prevent us from being able to stay housed, let alone purchase a home. In fact, my office opened up one of the first satellite congressional offices on a university's campus. I thought the top issue people would come and ask us for help on would be student debt, but in fact the top two were food insecurity, hungry students, and people who were homeless and didn't have a place to live. This is a personal thing for me. When I decided to run for Congress, I experienced homelessness for many months when I was priced out of my apartment after the rent moratorium hike was taken away in the state of Florida just after COVID. I always joke to myself that at least if I won my race for Congress, I wouldn't deal with housing issues again. I was elected to Congress, and as a congressman-elect, I was denied to every apartment in a complex I applied to in Washington, D.C. I joked about having to couch surf on news, not knowing it become national news that a new member of Congress was essentially homeless in his new place that he'd have to work in. I say this to say this is an issue that's far-reaching that impacts all Americans. Even when I took out a loan to be able to pay the high cost of rent moving to D.C., I was denied the opportunity to pay the high rent, too. First-time home buyers have been driven down to 21% of the market, and the median age of first-time home buyer is now 40 years old, the highest ever recorded. Families are getting priced out, while big-money investors are cashing in. In the first quarter of 2025, investors bought nearly 27% of homes sold, the highest share in at least 5 years and way above the number of first-time buyers. That is not a cultural shift. That is what happens when government tilts the field towards corporate buyers and then shrugs when regular people lose. The commodification of housing has gotten way out of control. There is a crisis that has been made even worse at every opportunity by greed and turning the American dream into a commodified asset. Plus, tariffs, an underdeveloped workforce, and outdated zoning laws prevent the growth of housing supply that we need. I'll work with anyone to fix these issues. Congress, as well as the FTC, DOJ, HUD, and Treasury can and must rapidly mobilize to lower housing costs today. And all it takes is the political will and focus. For too long, the federal government has washed its hands clean of housing laws, relegating it to being a state and local issue. But there is a lot we can do at the federal government. Political will and focus, unfortunately, are absent right now with the Republican triple majority. In fact, President Donald Trump is actively making it worse. He is driving up the cost to build homes through tariffs on construction materials and fixtures. His reckless immigration policies are going to shrink our workforce capacity at a time when immigrants make up about a fourth of the construction workforce. Again, a fourth of the construction workforce. Now facing backlash over high prices, the president is suddenly saying he's on board with the Democratic proposal to ban institutional investors from being able to buy single-family homes. We welcome this. President Trump received a lot of attention when he announced this month, quote, "I'm immediately taking steps to ban large institutional investors from buying more single-family homes, and I will be calling on Congress to codify it," end quote. But earlier this week, the president revealed the details of his executive order, and it falls short. This executive order does not include an outright ban on institutional home purchases, but just limits conventional mortgage guarantees for these transactions. What he failed to mention is that most of these transactions happen in cash or outside of Fannie and Freddie financing and will not be impacted by his executive order. For President Trump and congressional Republicans to truly implement this proposal that the president himself called for, they must buck the same Wall Street investors and corporations that they've also been delivering massive tax handouts for. So I'll believe it when I see it, but we're here to work together on it. Trump helped to create the problem that we're in. Blackstone built the leasing company Invitational Homes into a single-family rental giant that got rich by buying up houses at distressed prices, and then it became the template for gentrification, displacement, and turning our neighborhoods into portfolios. GAO report in 2017, Fannie Mae backed a 10-year, $1 billion loan to Invitational Loans. Market-based solutions alone are not going to fix this crisis. But it gets worse. It's not just corporate ownership that's driving up housing costs for families, it's also corporate coordination and extraction. The Biden-era Department of Justice sued RealPage for colluding to rig rents using algorithms that drive up prices in home renters. Then the same Biden-era DOJ sued 6 of the nation's largest landlords for colluding to rip off American renters. Names like Greystar, Blackstone, Camden Property Trust, Cushman & Wakefield, and Pinnacle, Willow Bridge, and Portland. So my question for all of this here is that this hearing is truly about housing affordability. We should really start with a lot of the rent collusion schemes that we see that the DOJ itself has said harms millions of renters. We should start by tightening standards on corporate landlords and their pricing software. We should start with investors that routinely outbid families for starter homes. And I invite my Republican colleagues to join me in co-sponsoring legislation that will help achieve these things. One of my bills is the End Junk Fees for Renters Act. Another one that's co-sponsoring the bill I will soon be introducing to push back on Wall Street, turning manufactured home communities into captive revenue streams. This bill incentivizes states to adopt strong opportunity to purchase protections, so manufactured homeowners, especially seniors and working families on a fixed income, can get a real chance to buy the land under their home before private equity and other large investors can swoop in, jack up the cost of the lot rent, and pile on new fees. Massive deregulation is very dangerous, and need I not remind us of things that happen in Florida, such as the tragic Surfside collapse and other issues like that we see across the entire nation. We don't need a hearing where it's just going to be folks pushing to take away standards that are important for Americans while enriching big developers and removing the housing standards that keep bad actors aligned. Getting rid of these protections is not a silver bullet or a strong housing plan. The process can be made faster. We know this, but we can do that without compromising important standards that keep working families safe. So I'm very excited about this hearing. I mentioned why this is very personal to me. I routinely knock doors in my district, and the housing crisis is the top one, on top of everyone's minds, Democrats, Republicans, tenants, and homeowners alike. And in my state of Florida, we're experiencing a housing insurance crisis, the rising cost of rent, it being too damn expensive, and we're in a situation. I was asked recently what I think is one of the #1 issues impacting young people, and I said it's the fact that I'm worried as young people grow older, we'll never own a damn thing in our lives. Whether it's our home, to the music we listen to the movies we watch, to the car that we drive. And we are going down that road. And so housing is something we have to take care of. Excited about this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Frost.
If we fucking do shit, it's cause of me, motherfucker.
And one thing for certain, two things for sure, Luigi Mangioni's attorneys are worth every penny, huh? Okay, what do they say? Yesterday's price is not today's price because they just saved his life. Do you understand what I'm saying? The death penalty is now off of the table due to their advocacy. His lawyers literally saved his life. They got 2 charges dismissed from the federal case, the murder charge and the gun charge. So the prosecutors moved for the death penalty in this case pretty much right away, and they wanted to do that based on the stalking charge. They said, look, stalking is a violent crime. He was stalking Brian Thompson, the healthcare CEO. Luigi Mangioni was stalking Brian Thompson with intent to kill. So that means that we can ask for the death penalty. And the defense was like, well, that's actually not at all how that works. Yes, of course, stalking is bad. Don't stalk people. Don't follow anybody. Don't harass anybody. Don't show up random places, blow up their phone. All of that. Don't do that. It's illegal. But stalking is not always violent. And the court broke this down. She said, let's look at the least serious version of stalking under the law in question, the most basic form. And the most basic form in this case is stalking with intent to harass, meaning bothering somebody, watching them, messaging them, following them, trying to scare them. Still wrong, still illegal, with intent to do something harmful to them. But that's not violent, right? Sometimes you have a stalker who has never interacted with you. Sometimes the victim doesn't even know they're being watched. You can stalk somebody without ever laying a hand on them and without them even knowing you were there. No touching, no hitting, no force. And that's important because the law says, look, if you want the death penalty prosecution, the charge that you're using has to require force, violence every single time, no exceptions. So the judge looks at the least violent version of the crime and says, well, does this involve force? And with stalking, the answer is no. You can commit the lowest form of stalking in this statute, which is stalking with intent to harass without violence. So stalking as a charge fails the test. It does not always require violence. So it doesn't matter if what Luigi allegedly did later was violent. The court is not judging on actually what happened or the end result. The court is judging the law based on what the law says, not what the person did. So it doesn't matter that Luigi Mangioni is accused of something violent. Of course, executing the healthcare CEO doesn't matter. The judge looks at the statute, looks at the law, and if the law does not require force, does not require violence every single time, the government fails the test. And because the stalking fails, the whole death penalty plan fell apart. And when it fell apart, the murder charge and the gun charges fell with it, and Luigi Mangioni's life has been spared. However, Luigi also took a hit because the book bag and everything in it is coming in. The judge wrapped up this pretty quickly. I thought she was going to write a long opinion, but basically she said, look, Luigi, you might have had a cute little decent 1-2-1-2 argument with the search incident to arrest, because there's no way Luigi could have extended his arm, reached into that bag, the bag that was far away from him, mind you, and officers were standing in between him and the bag anyway. There's no way he could have reached his arm into that bag and grabbed a weapon and done something with that weapon. Be serious. But the judge said the officers could still search the bag under the officer safety and inevitable discovery doctrines. The judge basically said, look, that officer was going to get into that bag one way or another because the officers were called there. He matched the description, he had a fake ID, and that fake ID, it turns out, matched the one allegedly used at the hotel that the killer checked into after the killing. And so the police thought they had their guy, but to me, it's definitely giving alternative facts because we all saw how the police were hee-hee and ha-ha cackling when they first got to the scene. They did not think it was him, which makes sense because why would the killer just be in a random McDonald's in Altoona, Pennsylvania? Exactly. Despite all that, the judge said that he was a suspect, and so the officers could search the bag for safety. The judge basically said, look, the officers didn't know if what happened to Brian Thompson was an isolated event, if it was a part of a bigger scheme to inflict mass violence on more people. They didn't know, and so they had to check the bag in case there was something dangerous in there, in case there was something in the bag that could harm them. In my opinion, that's why the officers started talking about, oh, maybe there's a bomb in there so that she could get into the bag and claim, oh, well, she needed to look into it to make sure that there was nothing of harm in there. And what do you know? The scheme that Todd set up worked, and the judge went for it. But even if you're not going for it, the judge said, baby, that's fine, because the officer safety argument, that's not the only one. The items are coming in anyway because of the inevitable discovery doctrine. Long story short, short story long, the judge said, look, they were going to arrest Luigi regardless. He matched the description. The ID matched the ID allegedly used at the hotel after the killing, like we went over earlier. He was going to be arrested because he was a suspect, period. So we were going to go through his bag to make sure everything in there, we have to inventory it to make sure that everything's proper so that when he leaves, we can account for it, we can have a record and bookkeeping of what went in and what he's going to leave with. So look, we didn't arrest him because of the gun in the bag. We were actually already going to arrest him, and there just happened to be a gun in the bag that we can now use for court. But we're going to find that anyway because when we arrested him, we were going to have to look through the bag to make sure we wrote down all of his items, to make sure we cover CYA. That means cover your behind if you don't know what that means. So we don't get any claims that we took something. So we have to inventory the bag. Sorry, our bad. So yes, the evidence is coming in. We kind of already knew that. No judge was going to be responsible for keeping the evidence out in a case like this. Thank you so much for watching, and I will keep you updated on this case as always.
I tried everything. Coffee, Pomodoro, and binaural beats. But nothing stuck until...
So they're arresting the journalists now. That's a healthy thing for a democracy, right? Now, I know we recently covered the anti-ICE church protests, but that was before they actually did the thing and arrested Don Lemon. But this whole charade would be funny if it weren't so dangerous. Attorney General Pamela Jo Bondi called it accountability for, quote, a coordinated attack on a place of worship. The White House celebrated by tweeting a photo of Lemon alongside an emoji of chains, and the head of the DOJ's Civil Rights Division, Harmeet Dillon, retweeted a post by Mike Davis likening Lemon to a Klansman. Now, that alone should set off some alarm bells because whatever you think about the protest itself, the case against Lemon is not really about church service. It's about whether the federal government can take journalists who document a controversial protest, reframe their reporting as intimidation, and then use the civil rights laws, including the Ku Klux Klan Act, to criminalize news gathering the administration doesn't like. And the deeper you look at what actually happened, the harder it becomes to escape the conclusion that this prosecution is not just aggressive, it is politically motivated and untethered to the First Amendment. Now, a brief summary of what Liz Dye already documented on this channel. On January 18, 2026, a group of activists and protesters entered the city's church in St. Paul, Minnesota during a Sunday morning worship service. The protest was organized as part of a broader demonstration related to federal immigration enforcement actions in the Twin Cities following the killing of Renee Good by ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Approximately 20 to 40 people attended the protest. This was because one of the church's pastors, David Easterwood, is acting field office director for enforcement and removal operations at ICE in St. Paul. As Liz explained, the protesters believe that Easterwood's actions, like murdering U.S. citizens and putting children in baby jail, are in conflict with their Christian faith. Videos from the event show demonstrators entering the church sanctuary, chanting slogans that effectively brought the worship service to a halt. Now, among those present were journalist Don Lemon and Georgia Fort, both of whom live-streamed and documented segments of the protest. You might know Lemon as a former CNN anchor and frequent target of Donald Trump, and Fort herself as an Emmy-winning independent journalist. They conducted interviews and broadcast live footage inside the church as events unfolded. Now, before federal authorities moved against the two journalists, the Justice Department charged protest organizers themselves, including Nikema Valdez-Levy Armstrong, the minister and attorney who helped plan and lead the city's church demonstration. Now, this kind of demonstration is part of a long tradition of political protest. Many protesters expect to be arrested for trespass or violating other state and local laws, often disorderly conduct. But in this case, the Department of Justice charged them under two federal laws: the Klan Act, 18 U.S.C. 241, which criminalizes conspiracies to deprive others of constitutional rights, and the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances, or FACE Act, which was originally meant to protect access to abortion clinics in places of worship. Now, according to the government's indictment, Levy Armstrong and other organizers allegedly designed the operation, recruited participants, conducted pre-event briefings, directed coordinated entry into the church, and led chants during the service. And as we talked about, the administration then posted an AI slot photo featuring a fake photograph of Levy Armstrong crying after she was taken into custody. In fact, she did not cry during the perp walk, but as usual, the administration did it all for the memes. So that was the legal theory against the organizers of the protest, but the government's next move was to take its case against the journalists to a grand jury. Now, the Justice Department initially sought an arrest warrant for Lemon rather than an indictment, which would have allowed them to make a public humiliating arrest. But a federal magistrate judge in Minnesota refused to sign an arrest warrant or approve a criminal complaint against Lemon and four other people who were present at the demonstration. Judge Douglas Miko concluded that the government had not established probable cause sufficient to justify the charges against Lemon and certain others, which is an incredibly low bar. The judge's decision included crossing out one of the charges on at least one arrest warrant with no probable cause written in the margin, which is an extraordinary slapdown for federal prosecutors. The DOJ then tried to do an end run around Judge Miko's finding by appealing, and I'm using quotes here, the denial of the arrest warrant to the chief judge. But that effort also failed. Chief Judge Schiltz, who was appointed by George W. Bush, wrote, quote, "It is important to emphasize that what the U.S. Attorney requested is unheard of in our district, or as best I can tell, any other district in the 8th Circuit. I have surveyed all of our judges, some of whom have been judges in our district for over 40 years, and no one can remember the government asking a district judge to review a magistrate judge's denial of an arrest warrant." Moreover, Judge Schiltz wrote, 3 of the people whose warrants were denied had not been charged with committing any violence, but at worst had been accused of, quote, yelling horrible things at the members of the church. His bottom line finding was that Lemon and his producers had not engaged in, quote, any criminal behavior or conspired to do so. But after those multiple judicial beatdowns, federal prosecutors in Minnesota have now secured a grand jury indictment against Lemon and Fort and accused them of conspiring with activists. Now, procedurally, this time federal prosecutors went to the trouble of convening a grand jury and obtaining an indictment separate from the arrest warrant they previously wanted. Lemon was taken into custody in Los Angeles, where he'd been covering the Grammy Awards. Georgia Fort posted a terrifying video of masked federal agents arriving at her home to arrest her.
Okay, well, this is really scary. There's kids in the house.
This, by the way, was the kind of video Bondi wanted to make of Don Lemon. Now, especially when journalists are arrested for doing their job, it's fascinating to see how the rest of the media covers it. Depending on which sources you follow, you might come away thinking you're watching entirely different events unfold, and that's the real danger because facts don't shape public opinion, framing does. And that's why I rely on Ground News, a sponsor of today's video. Over 750 news sources covered the arrest of Don Lemon, and I can scroll down to see every article and compare headlines to see how each side is framing the story. Those frames can have a subtle difference that makes a huge impact on how readers interpret what the temperature of the international community actually is. On the left, headlines frame the arrest as part of of the Trump administration's authoritarian crackdown on journalists they don't like. From the center, headlines often frame the arrest as part of the growing nationwide dissent over ICE's brutality. And on the right, reporting mostly implies that Don Lemon committed a type of crime against Christianity by covering the protesters' disruption of a church service, and thus morally guilty, if not legally guilty. The same event, three completely different realities. And that's why Ground News has been my go-to for staying informed since 2023, and being a longtime supporter of this channel and independent news media at large. Because Ground News is an app and website that aggregates news from thousands of sources around the world in one place. For every story, it breaks down bias, factuality, and ownership, and allows us to compare how different sources cover the same story. So you don't just react to the headlines, you understand the structure behind them. And another crucial Ground News tool is their blind spot feed, which reveals stories that are disproportionately reported by either side of the political spectrum. It's often the stories that we don't see that shape public perception the most, and Ground News makes sure that those don't fall through the cracks. So if you care about the truth, context, and evidence like we do, I recommend you check out Ground News. It's the tool I personally rely on to stay on top of breaking news with clarity. And as a legal eagle, you can get 40% off the unlimited access Vantage plan, the same one that I use, by clicking on the QR code or clicking on the link below. And by subscribing, you'll also be supporting an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent and balanced. So sign up for Ground News today, or I'll see you in court. But of course, many federal prosecutors chose to quit rather than sign off on the prosecutions that aren't supported by evidence. Others have been fired for pushing back on bogus prosecutions, and at least 6 federal prosecutors resigned or stepped down from their positions in the Minnesota U.S. Attorney's Office or the Civil Rights Division. Those prosecutors had expertise in civil rights law and reportedly wanted to investigate cases that did not have compelling evidence of wrongdoing, the killing of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. And we already have an indication that the same thing happened here. Career prosecutors in both Minnesota and Los Angeles declined to participate because the evidence did not support the charges. As a result, the Justice Department circa 2026 has been hollowed out. And it seems like this prosecution is being handled entirely by political appointees. Now, that change in who's calling the shots helps explain what comes next.
Meet Carla, the always feeding everyone abuelita. You said just a bite. She whipped up 3 days worth of food. She feeds friends, neighbors, even the mailman. Ooh, leaves with empanadas. Hey. Where does she shop? Winn-Dixie, where she gets all of her fresh Latin flavors for less. Que bueno. You know Brian has to bike home, right, abuelita?
Your business is crushing it, but unless they've got the right help desk software,
Oh man, the tickets just won't stop.
your agents can get caught in a whirlpool of tickets.
In the unsealed indictment, federal prosecutors claimed that the 2 journalists documenting the protest became criminal conspirators by standing close to a pastor, asking questions, and refusing to immediately leave when told to do so. And therefore, they were part of a broader conspiracy to violate the rights of the church. In a series of overt acts, prosecutors described conduct that would ordinarily be recognized as on-scene reporting. Lemon and Fort are accused of approaching the church's pastor after most congregants had fled, standing near him, and asking questions to, quote, promote the operation's message. Prosecutors allege that when Lemon talked with the pastor, he, quote, stood so close that the pastor's hand brushing against him, prompting Lemon to say, quote, please don't push me. Now, that moment, a brief physical contact initiated by the pastor, is presented as evidence of intimidation by Lemon. Now, I've seen people question how the grand jury returned an indictment with facts this thin, but keep in mind that the Bondi DOJ has a bad habit of presenting false and incomplete information to grand juries, so we don't know what evidence they reviewed to the grand jury, and a grand jury is a one-sided proceeding. But it's also absurd to claim that Lemon and Fort committed a crime by engaging in ordinary reporting that, in the government's words, promoted the message the demonstration meant to convey. According to the indictment, Lemon told his livestream audience that the congregants were leaving the church and described seeing a young man who appeared frightened, scared, and crying. Lemon added that those reactions were understandable, calling the experience traumatic and uncomfortable.
Did they explain to you why they're here? They did not. They said that there is someone here in Easterwood, someone who is a member of ICE and he's a pastor of the church.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left.
I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire.
And noted that this was, in fact, the point of the protest.
This shows you just how divided America is. When you look at the protesters here, and then you look at the people there who are praying, and you know what was the interesting thing? If these 2 groups could just get together, they might figure out what to do.
What Lemon was doing here was descriptive observation and commentary, which, at least yesterday, used to be core journalistic functions protected by the First Amendment. And the indictment further alleges that Lemon and Fort did not immediately leave the church when asked. And even if Lemon or Fort did overstay their welcome, the typical response would be a narrow state-level trespass charge, not federal rights conspiracy charges. And you'd also think that reporters would get a little bit of leeway when covering a story of national importance. But this is a good place to pause and consider the contours of reporters' rights to report in public versus private places. As the Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press has explained, journalists do not enjoy blanket exemption from generally applicable laws like trespass. If a reporter gains access through deception, ignores clearly posted no trespassing signs, or enters a private space that is not open to the public, different rules apply. But that's not what is alleged here. This was a church fellowship hall that was publicly accessible at the time of the protest, and the indictment does not claim that Lemon or Fort were told they were trespassing at the time that they entered. And the indictment asserts that Lemon had later positioned himself near the church's main door, where he questioned congregants as they exited, challenging them with what prosecutors describe as facts about U.S. immigration policy. Prosecutors also allege that as families attempted to leave in a minivan, activist William Kelly stood in front of the vehicle while Fort filmed and interviewed another protest organizer, behavior the government characterizes as part of the same intimidation campaign. And the indictment talks quite a bit about intimidation, but it never really comes out and says that Lemon or Fort made threats, used force, or physically restrained anyone. Instead, the indictment relies heavily on proximity questioning and failure to immediately disengage. And the most serious portion of the indictment appears in count 2, where prosecutors charge all defendants with violating 18 U.S.C. section 248, the federal statute protecting religious freedom at places of worship. Now, unlike count 1, which alleges conspiracy, count 2 asserts that the defendants, quote, by use of force, threat of force, and physical obstruction, intentionally interfered with religious worship, and that the conduct resulted in bodily injury to one congregant. Though the indictment does not clearly specify what force was used by Lemon or Fort, or what threat either journalist made towards the congregants, or what physical acts caused bodily injury, or which defendant allegedly caused the injury. Instead, the government relies on collective liability, alleging that each defendant aided and abetted the others, making every participant legally responsible for the actions of the group as a whole. Which brings us to count 3, which charges them with violating 18 U.S.C. 2, which is a statute prohibiting aiding and abetting. Now, as you can imagine, Fort and Lemon have strong defenses. The Klan Act was enacted to stop organized racial terror and state-sanctioned violence, not to punish journalists for asking questions inside a public church. And while the FACE Act does protect access to places of worship, courts have consistently required actual force, threats, or meaningful physical obstruction, not mere proximity, let alone speech or questions. If proximity questioning and refusal to immediately leave a public space can be recast as physical obstruction, then even the most routine protest coverage could be criminalized whenever authorities don't like the underlying message. And beyond the constitutional and evidentiary problems with its charges, the case has all the hallmarks of malicious prosecution. You can just look at the sequence of events. A federal magistrate and appeals court rejects an arrest warrant because the government failed to demonstrate probable cause. Career prosecutors in both Minnesota and Los Angeles declined to participate because the evidence simply did not support the charges. And yet the Department of Justice, led by political appointees, pushed forward anyway, secured a grand jury indictment, and publicly celebrated the arrest. And if the government's legal theory is shaky, its risk assessment fared no better, a point the court made explicit at the detention hearing.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Nina just built an app.
So we can all build apps now? I'm on lunch.
I gotta make a call. I'll be right back.
Just built an inventory tracker.
Protein calculator.
Book sharing app.
Profesor de Español.
Scribe is how you stop explaining the same thing over and over at work. Watch this. It'll change your life. Raise your hand if you've told your boss how to do the same thing more than once. Thought so. That's why there's Scribe. Go to scribehow.com, click Capture, do the task once, and Scribe will create a step-by-step guide you can share automatically. You ever walk someone through a giant process and know they'll forget half of it? Scribe puts everything they need to know. Instructions, pictures, videos, all on one page. So the next time they ask, you can just send the link. I know what you're thinking. They still click the wrong thing half the time. Check this out. Scribe will literally guide them through it click by click. Warning, they're gonna think you're a genius and ask you how you did it. Just say Scribe. Scribe instantly turns any workflow into a step-by-step guide, so you never have to explain it again. Go to scribehow.com and try it for free. You don't even need a credit card.
Now, the DOJ tried to convince the magistrate to hold the defendants in pretrial detention and make them post bail. However, at the bond hearing, U.S. Magistrate Judge Chelsea Foster rejected the government's request and set Lemon, Ford, and 2 others free. Frankly, it's a big deal that the DOJ even asked for it, because in federal court, pretrial detention is the exception, not the rule. Under the Bail Reform Act, the government can't keep someone in jail unless it's necessary to make sure the defendant appears in court or to protect someone else's safety. So think about that. The DOJ asked the court to keep these defendants locked up, even though there was no allegation that they had weapons, that they were violent, and that they had criminal histories, or that they were a flight risk. And the ruling underscores a core weakness in the government's case. While the indictment repeatedly invokes force and threats, the conduct described largely consists of chancing proximity and refusal to immediately engage. And effectively nothing from the journalists. All this type of behavior in the past, courts have historically treated as insufficient on its own to justify pretrial detention. And this was the second time in a week that prosecutors had tangled with Judge Foster. After Attorney General Bondi tweeted out mugshots of 16 people she accused of assaulting, resisting, or impeding federal immigration agents, Judge Foster rebuked her, quote, "This conduct is not something that the court condones." And the magistrate judge said she couldn't do anything about that conduct yet because the cases were not yet assigned to her. But it is completely consistent with an administration that wants to make its political enemies' lives difficult while they deal with federal charges, but one that actually doesn't care that much about securing a conviction in the end. Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, and putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm, and honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could, but what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
Sam Stein, managing editor at The Bulwark.